Thank you. We will begin. Welcome to the May 24th meeting of our general forum. Call the meeting to order. Scott, are you doing a roll call?
I will not be doing a roll call, but I'll just read a couple of quick features that are relatively new.
Okay.
Just to maintain a respectful and orderly process during the meeting, all participants should remember to be muted unless recognized to speak. Should an individual desire to speak, they must raise their electronic hand or indicate to a meeting host by way of chat that they wish to speak. Should audio cause disruption to the meeting, please note that staff will work to mute these participants. The chat feature will be limited to discourage sidebar conversations during the meeting. Participants will only be able to send chat messages to meeting hosts. Presenters have links or other information to share with the group. It can be provided to a host for distribution. And assigned persons will work to manage the time provided for with comments by elected officials and members of the public to ensure that equal time and participation is provided for in accordance with COG meeting guidelines.
Is that it? Thank you, Scott. Next item is public comment. Scott, we have anyone not wanting to speak on an agenda item?
I have not received anything in advance, but I know there's a number of people online.
Wanting to speak on agenda items, being.
I mean, just in attendance, but I do not see any raised hands.
Okay, good enough. Thank you. Going to do a staff memorial tribute, and I think Eric is going to do that.
Well, thank you,
Eric?
Mr. Chair. I will just make a brief introduction of this. A member of our extended COG family passed away recently, and Tom Zilla from Center Region Planning Administration would like to present a tribute and make some remarks. Go ahead, Tom.
Thanks,
Tom?
Eric. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Fine, Tom.
Okay, good. Thank you. Tonight, we wanted to take a moment to pay tribute to a retired COG staff member, DJ Liggett, who passed away 2 weeks ago. As many of you know, DJ was a fixture at COG for 30 years. First as Jim Steff's administrative assistant in the 1980s and 1990s, and then moving over to the CRPA as a senior planner in the 2000s until her retirement at the beginning of 2016. DJ had much to do with COG becoming such a highly regarded organization and a great example of how to provide local government services to elected officials and the public. Working with Jim Steff in the administration office, DJ always had a strong commitment to making sure that elected officials were recognized as decision makers. And she used her outstanding skills as a researcher and communicator to give those officials the information they needed to make good decisions. The planners, we had to convince her to leave administration to come over to work in planning, but it was certainly clear to all of us that she had unique skills that would benefit comprehensive planning in the region as the community developed and grew. DJ was very adept at understanding complex interactions among the many municipal officials and other stakeholders involved with COG and the CRPA. She was well-read and had a strong personality. And I can attest, if you wanted to debate with her about opinions, recommendations, or processes for getting work done, you have better done your homework. That strength was needed to overcome tough health challenges throughout her career at COG and after retirement. Her determination and willpower are a great legacy for all of us who were fortunate enough to work with her. And her passion, commitment to excellence, and her smile will always be remembered. On behalf of her many colleagues at COG and the CRPA, our condolences to her husband, Ned, who is also a COG employee, to their families and friends, and to all who knew her. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Tom.
For those of us that read the obit in the paper, you get a true feeling of the fine lady that a DJ was. Good friend, and particularly Public Service Environment Committee she worked with. So thank you, Tom. Okay, approval of April 26 minutes. I would entertain a motion.
So moved. This is Carla.
Okay, second.
Second, this is Jesse.
Okay, Any discussion on the minutes? Not hearing any. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Or raise your hand, something or other. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, Code Board of Appeals, Mr. Snyder, this has a motion with us, so let's get a motion. Let's move on the motion and then we'll go into the discussion. Someone like to move that motion?
I'll move it.
Okay, second?
I'll second Laura.
Okay. Walt, you're on?
Uh,
There
We
you
have,
are. Okay,
we have presented for you a proposed member of the Board of Appeals. JP is a local design professional and has more than qualified to be on the board. He's filling a vacancy that recently occurred because of somebody finding out that from a work standpoint, they didn't have time to devote to the duties, and I'd be happy to answer any questions regarding his qualifications, but this, just asking this be forwarded on to the municipalities for adoption.
any questions of that individual? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay. Next, a presentation by Sean. We have another motion. Would someone move that motion so we can do discussion?
I, Laura, move that the general forum, as recommended by the Public Safety Committee and Executive Committee, refer the Center County 2021 Hazard Mitigation Plan to the Center Region municipalities for review and adoption by resolution.
Good.
Second, Peter.
Peter, by second, discussion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay. Number 7, the Act 537 study, that also has a motion, so I'd entertain a motion to accept that. We're going to discussion and move. Someone move that one?
I move that the general forum is recommended by the executive committee forward the Ozone Disinfection Act 537 special study to the municipalities for required public hearings and adoption of municipal resolutions approving the special study. Peter Marshall.
Okay.
Second,
on
Laura.
that? Second on that? Yeah, Corey's got to do a presentation, so. Mr. Mink, John?
Sure.
Thank you, Mike.
Share
ahead.
my screen here quick.
Okay.
All right. We received an Act 537 plan special study from the UAJA and their engineer Ratu. It's for an ozone disinfection system, which will be located at their college and Benner Township facility. Currently, right now, their UV light system is getting towards the end of its life. It was installed in 2004, so it's around 17 years of age. It's comprised of two 4,000 plus UV systems. So the special study looks at replacing either the UV system with current UV technology, which is not as energy efficient as the ozone, or installing an ozone disinfection system, which treats water much like their advanced water treatment system that creates the beneficial reuse. So the chosen alternative is the installation of the ozone disinfection system. Again, it allows for further degradation of trace and emerging contaminants. So we'll be placing better wastewater into Spring Creek. I just added as a note that customer user rates will not be affected as a result of the project. CRPA staff reviewed the special study and has no comments. That's a very well put together plan. And I did add the recommended motion there again, if you wanted to take a look at that.
Okay. Corey, thank you for the presentation. Have questions of Corey? Not hearing any. All in favor of that motion, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Oh, same sign. Thank you. Okay, we're moving right along. Number 8, Solar United Neighbor presentation. It has a motion, so will someone move that so we can have some discussion on it? Elliot did? We have a second?
Second.
Okay. Pam, are you on?
Yeah, so I don't have a presentation unless that becomes evident. I do have one in backup if we need it, but I'll just say a few words on this as it's been presented to the Climate Action and Sustainability Committee and exec. But the idea of partnering with Solar United Neighbors is there is no financial responsibility, no cost, no obligation. It's just that they find that co-ops are more effective when they partner with an existing community organization. And the idea of a solar co-op is to give our residents more options. Solar has come down in prices, so there's definitely more interest and people are not always sure what to do. So the solar co-op will be administered by the Sun United Neighbors. They will provide the technical assistance. They'll walk members that are interested through the process, and then they do a group discount pricing. So if 30 people are purchasing solar panels for their roof, it should be cheaper. So there's the reason to support this is we have a climate action and adaptation plan that will be coming forward in the next couple of months. And we know we have to reduce our energy demand and look at non-carbon source of energy, and renewable energy, solar energy is one of those options that we can give to our residents. So this is in line with our goals to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, as well as work with community to adapt to climate change. And also with the price and cost coming down, residents can also save money potentially, but that will be part of the Sun organization will be able to provide that pricing and cost information and lay it out there. They are looking for other partners and talking to Center County, Penn State Sustainability Institute, all of the municipalities that are here, you can be considered a partner and listed on the website. There is an example. If you went to that link, you can see what is provided, but the idea for COG and any of the partners would be that we would help find a location, whether it's remote or hopefully maybe even in person for an information session, as well as try to get the word out that this is an option and support the idea. But they're also talking to Bellefonte, Milheim, and then if we get more organizations, that'd be great. So if there's any questions, I can answer them.
Hello. See your hand? Hello?
Thank you. Thanks. I haven't found my yellow hand yet. I see it there. Okay. Thanks. So I appreciate this, Pam, and I was interested in it coming to general forum because although you have said there's no cost, we know that some staff time will be devoted to this. I do really support it, and I know that it's really kind of, there's been a lot of barriers to getting into the market to do something like this as an individual homeowner. I have a quick question. I'm working with a church right now that would like to install solar, and we're working with a group that would own the panels as a third party. And I was wondering, it's sort of a two-part question. Would this thing that we're sponsoring, being a partner of, work with something like that, where there's third-party ownership of panels, and also not a homeowner, but an organization would be a participant in that? Can that collective, the cooperative, work with them then to get better prices, or are they kind of mutually exclusive? And I know that's like a really kind of complicated question, but it's very interesting to people, and I'm already getting these questions. So thank you.
Yep, I think there's definitely two questions in there. First, it is not just for residents. It can be nonprofit and businesses can participate, but what they've learned is when the messaging goes out, it's best to focus on one or the other. So this will probably be focused on residents, but it's not inclusive. If a church particularly reaches out, or a business, it's open. The second part is they do present different financing options, and so you don't have to pay for it all up front. But I don't know that they're doing the leasing type program, or if it's more working with an organization. So I'd have to get back to you on that one, but I know that there are different presentations or different options on how you can financially pay for it. It's not all upfront.
Gotcha. Thank you for that, Pam. Thank you.
Peter, I see you open. Frank's first? Okay. Frank?
Okay, I'm not against the solar energy and putting it on the roof, but I kind of have to wonder if we really want to get into that business. I think we're a government agency. We make policies. I don't know that we want to be a marketing tool for the company because of a couple reasons. One is that this is a coming industry. And as the price comes down, I think you're going to see a lot more opportunities, a lot more different kinds of companies come into this situation. And the price could go down even further. And we could be locked into saying, well, you guys did it early and it costs a lot of money. I just am not sure that I think that as an organization of COG, that we really should be, how should I say it, getting into the industry. I think we should support it. I think we can do all the things you're saying there without becoming part of a company. I don't think we necessarily need to be have to be part of that company, and that's my concern with it.
Can I just point out a couple things because I don't know if
Respond to that, Pam.
Okay, so the solar co-op is like a 3 to 6 month period, and it's really going to probably be 3 months where they open it up. It's a nonprofit organization that asks who wants to be part of it, and any community member can join the co-op with no cost, no obligation to explore this. By having our name listed on their partner thing, we aren't, we're just giving them some legitimacy. Okay, so it's a co-op, and then the members put out an RFP and bid it out and get information back from solar companies. And then when that pricing comes back, people can decide if they want to purchase or not. And so at the end of that 3 to 6 months, then it closes, and then the co-op is finished. So that I just wanted to point that out, that it's not if we partner with the co-op provides information and education and walks the residents through the process. And then it's over, and then we can do another one. Indiana County is on their second one now, as well as Allegheny.
Peter, you're next. Your hand
No,
disappeared.
I took my hand down. I got my question
Okay.
answered.
Paul?
Yeah, thank you. That was actually one of the questions I just wanted to clarify. We're not picking the company. The people who join the co-op pick the company, correct?
Correct.
Right. Okay.
We're just saying that this is a legitimate organization partnering. Maybe we'd have the location defined, and then we would inform our residents.
Okay, great. The other question that I had was about the installers. It says an area installer. Is there a specific range that is normally used? I know we have several right here in the center region. And then again, we're not getting involved with the choosing of them, but is there some limitation or is there some expectation as to what that area might be?
So the limitation is on that this will be for Center County residents to join and become members. But then the members themselves determine what they want to put in the bid specs. And my sense is that it could be people, installers from Harrisburg. They're going to want to have competition. So that would be up to the members. I don't know of any restrictions as far as location.
Okay, but it could be an economic benefit to the county as well, which was my question.
Correct.
The geographic reach then of this is total county versus the residential program that Corey is working on, which has the 300 hookups with UAJ connections. This is a more comprehensive county program, correct?
Correct. So it would be open to other people outside of the UAJ. Yes.
Has Corey been part of this discussion with you? Because it seems like a good match.
Yes. Yeah. Good point, Denny. Henry from Sun United Neighbors and Corey have discussed, and they both agree that this aligns with giving residents options.
Okay. I see no more hands. Further discussion? We do have a motion and a second. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Number 8, assessment of COG formula. Mr. Joe, are you on?
I am. Good evening, Danny.
There you are. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, everybody. During the 2021 detailed budget process, the Finance Committee decided to express a desire to set priorities. And in this, they discussed with some of these priorities, how they impacted just beyond the Finance Committee and into the operations of the entire COG. And one of the things that the Finance Committee was interested in looking into is how the various COG formulas were determined and how the formulas are being utilized. Some are based upon assessed value of real estate, earned income revenue, and populations. Others are based upon usage. During that conversation, the Finance Committee recognized it was moving from an assessment of the current COG formulas to a more philosophical approach, and has reached out to the Executive Committee with a couple of questions. Are the current formulas being utilized still appropriate? And who should be a lead group to assess if any or all the formulas should be updated? Now, as I'm taking a look at this and going through the conversation with the Finance Committee, I think it's important to frame the context. If they're looking at this more as like a well visit to a doctor rather than a sick visit, they don't think anything is wrong, but they said it's been a dozen years since we've looked at it. We might as well make sure that the underlying factors are still consistent with the information we had used about 12 years ago in the development of that. Also during the discussion, the information was relayed that the managers, some of who are still municipal managers in Center Regions, would be a great source of information in history because they were the ones who worked to develop the formula the last time it was updated. So the Executive Committee concurred with the Finance Committee's assessment, and they felt that it would be a good and a healthy exercise to refer the questions to the General Forum for further discussion and direction. So at this point, the floor to General Forum is opened up, and the questions before them are a request to discuss the information surrounding the various COG formulas, to provide guidance regarding a desired path forward, and determine who should participate in the group that would be asked to provide a recommendation back to General Forum about the various formulas if they believe that now in 2021, 2022 timeframe would be a good time to dust off how we were computing the COG how we've been computing the COG formula since about 2009, 2010. So Danny, that's all I have at this point.
Thank you. Discussion item only, no motion required. Let's have some discussion. Who wants to start? Don't be bashful. Oh, Carla, okay. Oh. Oh,
I didn't mean to raise my hand.
Okay,
Sorry.
well, you did. Well, I got you.
Watch what you do. I guess, I mean, I trust that the Finance Committee wouldn't have suggested this if they didn't think it was necessary, as long as staff feels like there's time and space to do it. I feel like it might be a low priority thing, but I'm not sure.
Okay, Laura, gotcha.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess two parts to my thoughts here. One is that I've heard from some other supervisors that participation data, whether it's in a formula or not, participation data can be useful in their conversations with other supervisors, council people, residents. So that's just kind of part, I think, of this larger discussion of what value is participation data and when is it used. And then I guess maybe that's my only thought. It's that larger thought on this.
Thank you. Evan, see you up there.
Yeah, I just wanted to answer Carla's question because I think it's a good one. We're not trying to just make work. I think Joe really summarized it in the fact that this is something that we haven't done in a while. There are a couple of different competing things that we use, information, and oftentimes I know I get asked as chair of the Finance Committee and as a longtime member of the Finance Committee, but other Finance Committee members get asked this, as I'm sure some of you do, like, what exactly is the COG formula and what is this based on? So I think it's twofold. It's one, to revisit that because we haven't done it in a while, and really, again, to understand it, because there's folks on COG that haven't really been exposed to all the different parts of it. So it's kind of a bunch of different things mixed together to try to come to grips and come to terms with that. Again, it's not to make work, and it's not the highest priority. I agree with you, but it is something that we ought to take a look at in due course, and that's how we presented it.
I think it's timely with respect to the election we have. We have new people coming on and expecting them to understand the funding is a complex issue. Okay, Peter. And
I
then Elliot.
wonder if it wouldn't be helpful if either the finance committee or the managers would take a preliminary look at this to see if there was any obvious changes that would have to be made.
Good suggestion, Pete. Catherine and then Elliot. Okay, Catherine, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I think it might be good to see what is the return on our investment. I mean, I think COG is a wonderful entity. We have the library, the pools, the parks, but just to justify our investment this year, we're putting in about $2 million to the Council of Governments, and it might be helpful to know utilization rates for the pool, for example. It'd be harder for the park, maybe pavilion rentals, or even like renting out the softball fields. Like, are they coming from Ferguson or Patton or Half Moon? It might be hard to tease out, but I'd be interested to know utilization levels by municipality, and that would kind of help us in seeing our return for our investment, if that makes sense.
Sure. Teresa?
Yeah, it's not so much that change is something we need to rush towards, but we change. The people on our boards, the people here tonight, many of us have been on for quite a while, but a number of you are new. And this is a very complex, the only thing that's worse is the transportation funding streams. The COG funding streams and who is assessed what and why is extremely layered. And it took a while to come to agreement, and it mostly works. I mean, periodically one or another of us gets cranky about something, and we usually manage to work that out. But I think it would be nice if what we did now was to provide a background, not the long 20-minute version, unless somebody wants to sit down with a staffer and do that, but the short, these are the things that go into this. These are the numbers. Catherine's right. Are we really using this? And if so, who is using it? I think we'll find that we're all using it, and we're all using it pretty much to the max, but it doesn't hurt to see that. But I think that what we really need here is less a reorganization and more a clarification for everybody. This is what we are, and this is what we do. And we probably should be doing that every 4 to 6 years minimum, so that people can be reminded and keep up with that.
Thank you. Elliot and then Danelle. Elliot?
Well, we're getting into the post-COVID era, so that's a good reason to look at it again. And also, since it's been an election year at the municipal level, that's another good reason, as was pointed out a couple of minutes ago. So I'm all for it.
Good. Danelle?
Yeah, I was going to also echo what Peter said earlier about how to kind of take a look at it. I think if the finance committee wants to take it on, as well as it would be nice to get a couple managers in there as well, who deal with a lot more of the finances probably than we do as elected officials. So that was going to be my recommendation as well.
You think we can trust the managers to do this? I don't know. Catherine? You're muted.
No, I forgot to lower my hand.
Okay. Paul had a hand up, I think, next. Paul?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to point out too that by the early fall, we hope to have the new census numbers as well. So it's very timely to look at the, that element of the calculation as well. So I think this is very timely.
Good. Anita?
Yes, I want to add and support what Catherine and Teresa said. I think a Cliff's Notes version, especially for those of us who are relatively new to the process, would be very helpful. Thank you.
Mr. Lord?
Yes, I'd like to move that we ask the municipal managers to conduct a preliminary review in cooperation with COG staff and give us a high-level overview of where we are and what's going on.
Second, Carla?
Second, Beth. Oh,
Okay.
gotcha.
We had some good discussion. Is there a few more comments, and then we'll do a vote. Evan?
Yeah, I just wanted to add a little bit more color. I think that what everyone said is one of the reasons why we wanted to do this, to make everyone familiar with this. And it is interesting because some of the stats that were asked for are actually shared. We see them all the time at the finance meeting, and they are shared at the COG meeting. So I think that's kind of instructive because folks aren't so sure that we see them, but we do from time to time. So that just shows that we need to share them more. I think that's what that shows. There's another thing I want to mention, and that has to do with the census. While it's true that the census was conducted and the information is coming out somewhat slowly because of COVID, I know that in State College itself, and I'm sure that some of the surrounding townships, we're very concerned about the census figures. The students weren't here. And while that's especially true within State College Borough, it also will impact some of the other townships significantly, and it could have a significant impact on some of the revenue share that we get from the state and from the federal government. And that's something that is going to have to be looked at, even though we're going to have new census data. The census data may not be accurate, and in some places it may show a decrease in population when we know that that isn't the case. So that may be a reason to look at the COG formula, but hold off because things will be changed in a year or two anyway. There's something municipalities can do, and that is ask for a recount, although that will cost money. And I think we all need to figure out whether or not the cost of doing that reassessment of the census is going to give us a return in what kind of revenue share we get back. So it's a very, very complicated issue that we're going to have to face here over the course of the next decade.
Mr. Bernier, please.
Thanks, Danny. While I support the idea of updating usage stats, I think that information is interesting and reasonably useful. I can't let this conversation go by without a word of caution that these regional services that we all participate in don't necessarily all have they're not all direct consumables where you have a 1-to-1 ratio between usage and value to the participating municipality. I hope that I'm preaching to the choir here, but for those of you who haven't been around for a while, just a word of caution that there's tremendous value to some of these programs, to your participating, to your municipality. I don't want to say without any regard to the number of people from your municipality that use it, but it's not the end all and be all for rating or determining the value of your contribution to these services. Thanks.
Joe?
Yes, I just wanted to mention real quickly, we had sent out, as I'm hearing, some people would like a summary to see where the formulas came from. We had sent it out to the finance committee. So maybe with the after meeting, we can send out the attachments so everybody can look at to see, and that could be at least some good initial information for everybody to utilize and take in.
Laura?
Thank you. I just wanted to speak to Eric's point. I don't really want to speak for everybody, but I think that you are kind of preaching to the choir on that. I think that we understand the value of participation data and how to compare benchmarks and general community well-being value of various programs and that kind of stuff. So I think this is just another way that we can look at things, a lens to look at things through, and just a way to think about things. So,
Mr. Wilson, please.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I'd like to echo Evan's and Eric's points, both of them. Very good points. The census data will be completely off, and showing a decline in most likely Ferguson, Patton, and the borough, and less in College as well, even though College has some of the dorms in. But you have your communities like Harris and Half Moon that have no students, and so the formula, if we changed it, would end up being skewed. The other thing, bringing up usage of things, our facilities and whatnot, that can't possibly be accurate either for the last year, and it may be a while before things smooth out. So I don't think there's a real rush getting into this because we won't be using accurate data.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
I just want to say that, with our, based on our discussion of finance.
Steve, come to the mic, Steve. We have
okay.
trouble. Thank you.
Based on our discussions in finance, I just wanted to say that really the purpose of this is not necessarily to find a more measurable way to apportion costs, but rather we have various ways we're looking at, and the question is, are those appropriate? And the one example is the library is based on circulation usage, but circulation is very different than it was 10 years ago now with all the electronic checkouts. Plus, there are a lot of other things that the library is used for beyond just circulating books. So I think that, it's really a matter of, are the metrics we're using appropriate, and are there better ways to look at it? And it may not be, but we just thought it was time to take a look.
Okay, that's all the blue hands I see. Any others? Laura?
I'm sorry, I just need a clarification. So my understanding of the COG formulas is that we don't include students when we apply the formula. And so I'm struggling to understand the relationship between census being inaccurate and relationship to COG formula. And then I'll also acknowledge what Steve Miller just said. I don't think this conversation started out of it like, let's change anything kind of a vein anyway. But my first point is more important. I don't understand the relationship because we don't include students in the COG formula. Thank you.
Mr. Joe.
To respond directly to Laura's questions about students in the COG formula, she's absolutely correct. We do not. But based upon a change in the census data, what is excluded, and the managers who were involved in this decision, is the ACS data. So it is a 5-year sample of ACS data is deducted from the total population, and those are the students that are taken out. So we take out the 18 to 24-year-olds in the ACS sample data, which are population estimates.
Catherine? Hand went down. Catherine? There you go.
Sorry, I can't make up my mind. No, thank you for that clarification. So PSU is a member of COG, but it doesn't contribute directly to the financing. It's not part of the formula. So I think that you clarified for me, Joe. Thank you very much.
Having the pleasure of serving on the PSAD board for 6 years and traveling around the state, attempting to explain how a COG operates and the sharing of the cost of all of us, we never did get through that one. So I think it's worth talking about. We do have a motion and a second to proceed. All in favor of that, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any opposition? None. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay. Sit back. 8 more pages of the agenda devoted to number 10. So we'll take a break at 10 o'clock and keep going, folks. So, okay. Presented by Eric and Joe. Good luck, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a short review of where we are and the things we need to accomplish tonight to present to you. And Joe will kick that off. And then when it comes back to me, I'll try and lay out for everybody the steps for the various municipal meetings and approvals that are necessary for tonight. and then we can get into the actual motion and discussion. But for now, we've got 3 presenters, and then I'll be back to talk to you some more. So let's start with Joe, please.
We could try to set up my PowerPoint, and please be patient with me as an accountant tries to handle PowerPoint. It's probably not going to be all that pretty, but we'll do our best. So hold on. PowerPoint slideshow. Okay. So to start off, we're going to be discussing the refinancing of the pools and the parks loans. First, we want to start with the history from last August through December. It was deemed advantageous to refinance last year, but at the same time, the authority recognized there were some project decisions that were needed to be made about Whitehall Road Regional Park. A Zoom and Learn was held, and a subsequent update was given to the General Forum in September. Afterwards, the General Forum was asked to provide comment on the funding and financing associated with Whitehall Road Regional Park. And then the authority was requested by the General Forum to go out to bid for the Whitehall Road Regional Park project to get better cost estimates. So far to date, the guidance given by the General Forum to staff has been the first decision point. The General Forum requested that the authority proceed with the bid process last October. A second decision point occurred when the 5 participating municipalities provided guidance that they were still interested in proceeding with Whitehall Road Regional Park. A third decision point was given when the Executive and Finance Committees unanimously approved the investigation of the borrowing market conditions by Mr. Gibbons. And a fourth decision point was made at the March General Forum by unanimous vote, approving the hiring of Mr. Gibbons to proceed with the joint refinancing of the pools and parks loan. So where are we now? The elected officials have provided policy level guidance to get us to this point. They also understand there's a need for a unanimous decision to be made to approve the refinancings of the loans. The elected officials understand there needs to be a consensus choice from the 4 options outlined on page 8 of your agenda. And staff has proceeded in cooperation with Mr. Gibbons, Mr. Domgard, and Ms. Kurtz to obtain refinancing proposals from banks and prepare for today's meeting. So what's next? After this, I will transition to Mr. Gibbons, who will go over the results from the RFP and the reason for breaking the borrowing into 2. Then Mr. Gibbons will transition to Mr. Domgard, who will provide a summary of actions required and documents to be approved. Mr. Domgard will then transition to Mr. Nuremberg, who will guide the public input session. In addition, in attendance of the meeting are Mr. Domgard, Ms. Kurtz, and Mr. Williams, along with Mr. Gibbons, to answer questions or to provide guidance throughout the process. So before transitioning to Mr. Gibbons, I just wanted to see if there are any questions out there.
For an accountant, you did a fairly good job on those, Joe. That's not bad at all.
Not bad for an accountant.
That's right. That's right. Okay, Mr. Gibbons, is he on?
Yes, hello. Nice to see you all. As Joe had mentioned, start with the easy one, I guess. First, the reason for the 2 different borrowings is that essentially the reimbursement formulas for the pools loan and the parks loan are different. So we were trying to be consistent in looking at any type of refinancing of those 2 loans with those participation formulas as background. So we went out to 34 different banks. We received 13 proposals from 6 banks. Yeah, wait to Joe. There we go. Your PowerPoint skills are amazing, Joe. Keep it up. Essentially, the highlighted yellow lines are the best proposals for both. The top box is the refinancing of the pools loan. That would be Jersey Shore State Bank for the entire term at 1.25%. That term goes out to 2028. And as you can see, there's no condition, so the loan is prepayable at any time. Below the blue line, the best all-in borrowing rate proposal actually was not row 7, as you can see, Jersey Shore State Bank, but row 12, Jersey Shore State Bank, because the authority and the COG would ultimately receive a lower interest rate if we had the first 10 years fixed at 1.33%, and then the remaining years fixed at a variable rate, but fixed, excuse me, with a cap of 2.5%. So the important thing to get out of this slide is that Jersey Shore State Bank gave us two incredibly great proposals, and the rest of the financing presentation will be used with these two proposals in mind. So next page, Joe. The 30,000 foot view of what the direction was to us to then go out once we had the proposals to develop an option. First of all, there's option 4, seen on the far right screen, that essentially said, what kind of debt service would we have if we borrowed $9 million and had an annual payment of $861,000. As you can see in this case, if you compare columns 2 and 5, the debt service is really going out only a year and a half longer, given the attractive interest rates that were received. It's also important to note, though, on column 2, that debt service represents both fixed rate debt service for both the pools and parks loans until they transition into variable rate debt service. And at that point, in both cases, we used the most conservative option, which was repaying the loan at the capped interest rate on both the pools and parks loans. So effectively what we have here is a refinance of both the pools and parks, plus providing additional proceeds for the projects as you have discussed in the past. Many times people see these numbers a little easier on a graph, and that's what the next page represents. As you can see, the orange line represents the current debt service. As I mentioned, that's at a most conservative rate. That's if interest rates went to the interest rate cap for both of the pools and parks loans and stayed there. Then the next 3 lines, as you can see, are very tightly grouped because we tried to pin the debt service at approximately $860,000 until we, in the green line, raised $9 million total. Or the 2 options that were also and are still embedded in this $9 billion option is to either reduce the borrowing to option 1A, which is the yellow line that Joe's highlighting right there, or to option 1B, which is the blue line. Again, roughly the same debt service, but that case used the reduction in debt service essentially for projects. So that was the whole point of the exercise at this point is do we produce enough money to refinance the debt? What kind of debt service will we have going forward? And that's essentially what the chart on the next page is. It's a little bit harder to follow on this chart. I know I'm leaving up here because I know that there were certain people in finance committee that did get some benefit from this chart. Essentially, I think the important thing to note here is potential additional to projects requires it. One more down. Yeah, right there, Joe. Requires unanimous approval of partners. If you decide to go ahead tonight with the $9 million borrowing, but you did not want to authorize the entire $9 million of borrowing for the projects, effectively, the participation agreement that Jens Damgaard will talk about will allow you to effectively borrow everything up to except for the $816,000. Then the remaining $816,000 will be used so long as there's unanimity between the 5 governing entities. The next page is a summary some other folks found important as well. That kind of gave a summary of initial debt service when both loans were issued. Boy, back in the 2000s and in 2000, early 10s then as well. Then it shows a difference between the various debt service alternatives at this point. But essentially the idea that is shown here is that the total amount of debt service for the project as contemplated with a new $9 million borrowing is less than what was contemplated, years gone by. That's my presentation. I think it's important just to kind of stop at the highlights. The highlights are what is on the table is to have a $9 million borrowing, but also to have the opportunity to the boards to use all but $816,000 of those funds for the current parks projects. And if all 5 municipalities can agree, then that $816,000 would be available for projects as well.
Thank you. Who's next on your?
I'll hand it off. I'll hand it off to Jens Daumgard. Jens is the bond counsel. I know many of you are familiar with Jens. Jens has worked with the COG on all the financings just like I have. So Jens is pretty familiar with the ongoings here as well.
Okay, good evening. Thanks, Chris. You hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, great. Well, pleasure to address you all. And I want to remind you that a colleague of mine, Laura Kurtz, is also in the audience. She's also a bond attorney who will be prepared, like I am, to assist during the public input and the breakout sessions. So what we're presenting in terms of documentation and approvals is mostly a rehash of what we did in the past. You recall that in 2011, we did the financing for the parks. In 2012, the most recent financing for the pools. And what we offered the banks in the way of security and collateral was the same structure we used in the original loan. So what we have are basically two principal agreements. One is what we call the participation agreement, and that's basically a contract between the 5 participating municipalities and the Parks and Rec Authority. Recall the authority serves as the conduit borrower that is actually issuing the instruments to the bank, and then it's the municipalities and the COG also are involved that provides the security for it. So the participation agreement contains the obligations of the municipalities to pay annually according to the formula for these various capital projects, the pools and the parks. So these are simply what the municipalities agreed to in the past, but with the latest participation percentages. Then the other major document is the guarantee agreement. The guarantee agreement triggers and is governed by a different law. It's called the Local Government Unit Debt Act. It means it's guarantees and therefore debt of the municipalities that run to the benefit of the lender. There's a different set of remedies and rights to a lender under that type of guarantee as opposed to a purely contractual document. So that's why we do the guarantee. So the ordinances that you have before you and will have before your consideration, one for each, one for the parks, one for the pools, are for your guarantee of your applicable percentage of each of the two notes that we're going to be issuing. So you see those percentages, and the dollars are just translating of your applicable percentage to the total borrowing. The ordinance was advertised in a special way under the Local Government Unit Debt Act, which is an ad at least 3 days prior to the meeting, tonight's meeting, and then it would be advertised again if they are enacted. We'll handle that advertising. There'll be other documents coming if the ordinances are enacted that we will then file with the state to have those approved. And this is a process we did both in 2011 and in 2012. Of course, we were all together and we were shuttling a lot of paperwork at the time. This time will all be done by mail and handled through the administration of the various municipalities. So you'll see in those ordinances, of course, the pool loan is a pure refinancing. It's just we're changing the interest rate and the terms and the resulting savings. There's not really a lot of difference between what you've already entered into other than that. For the parks, as you've heard, the major component is the refinancing, but there's also then a authorization for additional funding for the parks project. And then we bifurcated that. Some of that additional funding is available immediately, and then the other part would be conditioned upon a later vote of the general forum to allow the authority then to draw that final amount. And that final amount, $816,670. So that's a conditional. So the way the loans are set up, there's a 3-year drawdown period and so, theoretically, you have 3 years to authorize that additional amount. I assume the project and the contracts and so on will dictate that as well. So the participation agreement then authorizes, that's where that language is found. It's on Article 2, Section 2.01 of the Parks Participation Agreement. Otherwise, that's about the major nuance of the documents, other than the change in the interest rates.
Thanks, Jen. Other comments from your colleague that's with you, Jen? Are we okay?
Real quickly, Denny, the participation and guarantee agreements were based upon the Finance Committee's recommendation of the contingent option based upon the timing, and they were released out to the managers last Wednesday.
The next thing that I'll do, Mr. Chair and members of the General Forum, is go over the steps that are on page 11, and there's 10 steps in terms of the approval process for each, first the pools loan, then the regional parks loan. And in these steps, I'll go through and I'll refer to the things that were mentioned by Mr. Domgaard in terms of the documents. And we'll just walk through these real carefully, quickly, and then come back to step 2, which is where I'll hand things back over to the chair so that the first motion can be made. So after we return back to the chair, the General Forum would move an endorsement of the refinancing loan and recommend to the authority that it adopt resolution 21-05-24-01. Step 3, in accordance with our COG public participation and unit voting procedures, there will be an opportunity for public comment, again, both for the pools loan and later then for the regional parks loan. Step 4, there would be a unanimous vote of the majority of boards of the 5 participating municipalities during a vote while still in the full session that would inform the authority and the participating municipalities regarding the refinancing of the loan and make through that vote a recommendation for the authority to adopt resolution 21-05-24-01. After that, the chair will recess the General Forum meeting so that the participating municipalities can convene individual meetings. Step 6, while in those meetings, the municipalities will have the opportunity to enact the ordinance that includes and approves the guarantee agreement and the participation agreement, which we just discussed. Step 7, the Center Region Parks and Rec Authority will convene its meeting and have a similar vote on the resolution. There'll be a slight break in the action between step 6 and 7 because as Mr. Lord comes out of the Harris Township meeting, he will then go into the Parks and Recreation Authority meeting as a representative of that township. So he'll need to transition back and forth. So that would be a good time for a break for anybody who is looking for a short chance to take a break before then coming back at step 8 after the vote has taken place by the authority. We then return in step 9 for the General Forum to reconvene and call for the results of the votes by the authority and municipal boards and councils. Step 10 would then be the adoption of resolution 2021-5, which would be the vote of the General Forum to approve the participation agreement. So those are the steps that are common for both the pools and for the regional parks loan. So we'll circle back up to step 2, which is now when I'm going to hand it back to the chair, Mr. Hammeister, to then entertain a motion, please.
I think Laura had a question and then Peter.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, my question was for Jens, or is it, yeah, Jens? Okay. It's actually about some language you were using, and it's something I've been learning about and asking about, the so-called the participation agreement. And if I understood that, I'm going to reflect the words back to you. It's a contract between each of the municipalities and the park authority. So it's like a 6-way contract because there's 5 municipalities that would participate in the park authority.
Yes, it's actually it's the authority, the COG, and the 5 municipalities are all signing that document. So yes, it's your arrangement, your agreement as to how the amounts will be paid and shared.
Okay.
Because again, the parks is going to be long enough that your actual contributions could change. So again, that's called for in there.
So thank you. So I have just a follow-up question. So you had said that that's a contract between those entities, the COG, the 5 municipalities, and the park authority. Typically, contracts are like reviewed by solicitors, and normally that would be like, if it were Ferguson Township, it would be our solicitor that would review our contract. Our solicitor hasn't reviewed this yet, even though we would be party to this. And I don't quite understand how this agreement works with the other agreements and who's reviewed it in the best interest of us as the party that's going to be signing it. And I don't think anybody's trying to like do something wrong. It's just a typical procedure would be have just solicitor review of a contract in which we're entering. And so I guess I'm just asking, this is that kind of contract, right? This is the first time I've heard this described as a contract per se.
Well, I mean, I can say that this document like this has been in place now for, if we're talking about the parks, it's been in place for 10 years. So the only variation other than the amount of the loan and is this discussion regarding the bifurcation of how much can be advanced. So that's really the only new language. So I guess what we've been dealing with is that's more something policy than a legal issue.
Thank you for clarifying that. And I'll just add one follow-up statement to that, which is a concern I've brought to each committee in which this has been discussed, is that because that is a policy issue, and because, for example, of recent confusion about which policy document guides our relationship between the entities, I have concerns about how that particular document might be interpreted within all of the other documents that we already have. So, for example, a lease agreement changed certain clauses of another document. I didn't realize that until it was kind of like already had happened. So I just want to make sure that this document will do as it states, require unanimous approval of the entities prior to that trigger of the release of funds, which I believe is in a different document. So I'm just trying to understand that. So thank you for the time.
Well, the participant, the language is the remaining proceeds, we call it the remaining funds, in the amount of $816,670 may be drawn and advanced at the discretion of the authority for capital projects, but only after a unanimous approving vote of the participating municipalities at a general or special meeting of the general forum, i.e. no vote by Half Moon Township. So because it's referred. So, I mean, we looked at that language and we believe that this embodies some level of consensus. So when that vote comes up, I mean, I think it's, if the general forum wants to put more conditions on this at time of that subsequent vote, it's free to do so. We're telling the general forum is telling the authority, okay, you have this last money and then they could set up whatever conditions, if any, you want to put in place at that time.
Okay, Peter? Peter? You're muted. Okay.
My
There you go.
question's easier. Step 4 is a little confusing. It says unanimous vote of the majority of the boards. I assume you're talking, when you say a majority of the boards, you're talking about a majority of the members voting on each board?
Right. If this, the step 4 vote is more of an advisory or a recommendation vote, this is not necessarily, unless called for, a unit vote, but just to express the majority opinion of the 5 park participant municipalities as the recommendation to the Parks Authority. So at that point, it's giving a sense of all of the municipality, or the 5 municipalities, the majority members voting for each, what their recommendation is to the authority. Otherwise, we would have to go back and forth into separate meetings.
A unanimous vote is what you're saying.
Well, all 5 would need to be able to adopt it. It's possible that not every member would vote for it, but we would sure hope that there is consensus, because we are driving for consensus. We've been working towards this for many months. We think we're almost there, we hope.
Okay.
But we'll have a dry run for this on the pools loan, which is first, and get a sense of how we're doing.
Mr. Myers, please.
Yeah, thanks, Denny. A couple comments as chair of the finance committee, perhaps too, that I can clear up some procedural items here, and so we can move forward with some action. So I think what Eric's talking about, Peter, is not unanimous for everybody, but each municipality. So, it can pass each municipality by 1 vote, and that's fine, because then if all of them agree by 1 vote majorities, that's the unanimity we're talking about. As far as each one of these things, I have a question for Eric, and then I have one thing to say after that. So Eric, when we go through the process that you've laid out, are you suggesting that we do both the pools loan and the parks loan simultaneously within those meetings? You're not suggesting we go through one whole thing and then go through another whole 10 steps, are you?
Well, we were planning to do them separately.
Do you think
that's the way it's laid out on the agenda?
So that was a point of clarification. That's all. Yeah. So you're suggesting that we go through one and then the other?
Correct.
So okay, now let me just boil down the things that we've talked about in finance. So there's 2 separate loans we're talking about. There's the pools loan, which I believe, and I think finance committee believes is pretty straightforward and has been presented here. And that is that, in fact, what we're going to be doing is refinancing. It's pretty simple, refinancing the pools loan, and you can see the savings that result. The second thing we're going to talk about is the parks loan, and we've talked about different contingencies. I know we've talked about them here, and the municipalities have, and that would be a separate motion. So would you prefer that we make one motion for the pools, go through all that, and make a second after we've done 10 steps, come back and do a separate motion? So not even entertain the second motion right now. Is that what you prefer?
Correct. Yes, that is what's recommended.
Okay, so as chair of the finance committee, I would like to make the motion that we adopt the pools refinancing as presented.
Second.
We have a second on that?
Laura seconded.
Laura second, okay. Let's go up to President. You had a hand up?
Yes, my question was partly to make sure that I understand, and maybe if I did understand it correctly, to make sure that the language accurately reflects it. So if I understand it correctly, what we are talking, people refer to it as, draw the additional funds. But that sort of seems like, okay, the money's there, I'm just drawing it to build something. But what we are really talking about is increase the amount of indebtedness, increase the loan amount, increase the amount borrowed. If that's the case, then that's what we should perhaps call it, than to just
Well,
draw funds.
If I could maybe just interrupt briefly, we can address that later because the motion that's on the floor is now related just to the pools loan.
Okay.
And so we're going to go through the next few steps and then we'll come back for a motion on the parks loan.
Thank you.
Teresa, you have a comment on the pool?
Yes, I am commenting on the pool. That was my original concern here. It seems to me that we're making a complex thing here significantly more complex than it needs to be for the moment. What we want very much at the moment is to take this apart and move through the steps. I don't think we have to do all 10 steps. Once we've done this, we've done steps 1, 2, and I think 3. So now we only have the remaining 7. What I would like to do, since somebody has already moved this, is to point out that we are in fact refinancing the pool's loan. I don't know about you, but I moved here when the interest rates on houses were double digit, 11% in my case. As soon as those numbers started to drop, I refinanced and saved money over time. House didn't cost less, but I spent less to buy it. I don't know how many of you drive those really nice Ford 150s, but I doubt many of you walk off the lot after handing over $17 or $20 or $30,000 cash. Like it or not, we run projects like this through municipal loans of varying kinds. We get support from the state and federal government, grants. They are part of all of our parks funding. They always have been. Sometimes we have fundraisers, but we pay for this because we have a loan. Or anything you want, but that's what it is. And if we refinance this part of the loan, we will literally save money over the next few years, period. Now, what we decide to do and how much we want to argue about what we really want for the Whitehall Park is in this sense totally irrelevant to the discussion. I understand the concerns of some people for funding, and I understand the concerns of others for what this park should or shouldn't be. But right now, what we need to do is decide whether or not we want to save money over time by refinancing the pool's loans. And I will say that next weekend, when those pools are full to maximum capacity, we will know we didn't waste our time, effort, and money. And I mean this coming weekend, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. They will be full to the max, no matter what the weather is, short of thunderstorms. So
It's supposed to be cool temperature, Terry. Man, I be good swimming. Mr. Miller.
I just wanted to make a recommendation to the municipalities. I know a lot of people have not been through the process where we break into a separate municipal meeting as part of the, or within this meeting. And since we're looking at these two things separately, I guess my recommendation, and the managers may have already discussed this, if so, that's fine. But I would recommend that each municipality convene a meeting, then recess it, come back and continue the meeting instead of doing two separate meetings. It'll make it easier for whoever's recording.
That's what number 4 is going to do, and that's what I'd like to do at this time, to recess the general forum meeting and then to move to number 5. and have the municipal managers serve as secretaries. So Scott, can you,
Mr. Chair, I don't, okay. Mr. Takak, Hegdethan, I don't know if
Paul,
it's,
okay, Paul and Joe, Paul, go ahead, Paul.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to request as before that an individual vote record be recorded and included in the minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Joe, final comment?
Yes, just to be 100% clear, can we have the motion on the floor read and approved again before people go into their meetings, just to make sure we're all voting on the exact same thing?
Scott, can you read that? You have that? Or the person that made the motion, who made that motion? Evan?
Evan.
Can you read that, Evan?
I move that we adopt the refinancing as it was presented.
Okay.
Of the pools loan.
Right, resolutions
Pools loan.
2021.
That's all we're talking about right now is the
Pools
pools
loan.
loan, nothing else.
Okay.
Yes, I said that, pools loan.
Okay. Scott, can you separate us kindly?
Are we doing step 3 with the public participation at this point? I just want to clarify before I,
We have any public participation, public comment?
Ms. Blair has her hand up.
Dorothy? Are you on? You're muted.
I'm assuming I'm not going to be on video, right? My name is Dorothy Blair. I live in Harris Township. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. And tonight I'm representing
Keep going.
Maybe we lost her.
Nittany Valley Environmental Coalition is a 501c3, C4. Our obligation is to advocate for Pennsylvania's Environmental Bill of Rights, a bill that gives our citizens both rights and standing to speak up to assure what happens meets environmental criteria. This right is also reinforced locally by the Charter Bill of Rights, the environmental rights, adopted by referendum by both Ferguson Township and the State College Borough. First, I know you're just breaking these down into pools versus parks, but I'll comment on the parks loan. NVEC supports a Whitehall Parks funding option 1B, with the refinancing savings being assigned via binding.
I have a point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I have a point of order. Isn't that out of order?
Dorothy,
Talk about something that isn't, can't she talk about that when that comes
Yeah,
up?
if we're gonna be talking about the park later, Dorothy, so hold that comment. We'll get back to you. Okay, now we're gonna do the individual meetings with the municipal managers as secretaries. Scott, can you proceed
Mr.
with?
Chair, if we could just have a vote on Mr. Meyer's motion, that will.
Oh, we have, okay. We had a motion and a second. All in favor of that motion, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
Half Moon abstains.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we'll do the, break us out, Scott.
Recording stopped.
If there is any members of the public that would like to join a particular municipal meeting, please let me know.
Ferguson Township.
Dave Stone here with Ferguson Township. Like to join Ferguson Township.
Dorothy Blair, State College Borough.
Scott, is Half Moon in any breakout?
They are, but they don't need to be. I couldn't not send them, so they can come back. Obviously, they're
Oh.
not voting.
Yeah, I just text you to throw me in the breakout if they're in it. But I think you can probably hear that I'm in public.
announces the vote? Is that you or me?
Eric, that would be you.
Then I guess I do that too.
Are we late to the party? Is everyone, what's happening?
Patton's still.
Oh, okay, thanks.
That's why I missed my mouse. Give me a mouse. Is Laura Kurtz with the? No.
Patton's done.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the breakout rooms.
Okay, thanks, Scott.
Scott, this is Bill Keogh.
Recording stopped.
Yeah.
See if you can find, if she isn't back in, if you can find Cindy Solick for us. She struggles with some of this stuff, and the authority, some of the members are not used to the procedures that you all used with this breakout room stuff.
She's with us.
Her.
She's in the main room.
Yeah, we got her.
Okay, thank you.
I hope we're going to reconvene the meeting.
Recording in progress.
Mr. Chair, it looks like everyone is
Everybody in?
back.
Okay, we reconvened the general forum meeting. Evan, you have a hand up?
Yeah, Denny, I just want, when we're done with this part, as the finance chair, I just wanted to be able to talk about the second thing. That was why I raised my hand. So when we're done with this, I'll put my hand down for now, but I just wanted to get your attention.
So I will call for the results of the municipal meetings. Scott, you want to call that poll?
College Township.
Mr. Chair, College Township voted unanimously 5-0 in favor of the motion.
Ferguson Township.
Thank you. Ferguson Township voted 5-0 in favor of the motion as well.
Half Moon Township.
Abstain.
Harris Township.
Harris Township voted unanimous for the motion.
Patton Township.
Forgot to unmute myself. Pat Township also voted unanimous in favor of the motion.
And State College Borough.
State College Borough voted 7-0 in favor of the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you. I guess we have therefore accepted resolution 2021-5. Okay. I will move on to the.
Hold up, Denny. You just finished step 6. The authority needs to do their vote on the resolution, and then you need to have a vote on resolution 2021.5.
Oh, yeah, I skipped the authority one. Okay, sorry.
I have a process question, Chair.
Let's see what the authority has to say. We'll come back to you, Laura. Who's speaking for the authority?
That's me, Denny. This is Pam Seliking,
Pam? Okay.
Parks and Rec. The authority unanimously 5-0 on the motion.
Okay, Laura?
Thank you.
Pam.
So, thank you. So my question, I had brought this up, I think, in executive too. So we're we are having the question is, are we having our breakout sessions simultaneously, the general forum and the authority? I think we did. I'm sorry, I'm not even sure if the authority broke out at the same time is my question. Okay. And then did the member of the board of Harris, who's also a member of the authority, vote in both breakout sessions?
So
believe
I think
so,
I
yeah.
can answer. I think I can answer that. The municipal meetings took place first, and as soon as Harris was done, Mr. Lord left the Harris meeting and transferred to the authority meeting.
Okay. There just might, I brought this up before too, before this process. I know it's complicated. I appreciate everybody working it out, but we might want to attend the authority meeting as elected officials, and they might want to attend our meetings. So I don't know if we can do them consecutively instead of simultaneously, or consecutively instead of concurrently in the next vote or not, but just something to consider as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we've
We'll need a motion on.
vote on resolution 2021-5. It was unanimous. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you.
Half Moon abstains.
We're halfway through page 8. Let's go, keep going. Okay, Eric,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are on to now page 13, but as I launch into page 13, I just want to make sure that everybody noted in the narrative that on page 8, this was discussed by the executive committee, and there was a recommendation regarding that, but there was not a unanimous vote on this particular item. So as we go into page 13, we can skip the overview step. I won't go through all the steps again, but there would be at step 2 a motion to endorse and to recommend a particular option for refinancing, and recommend that the authority adopt resolution 2105-24-01.
Evan, I see your hand. You're muted. Evan?
Yeah, I am. I was wondering who has the ability to share the screen? Is that you, Joe? You're muted.
Anybody, Evan, can
I
do that.
can, Evan, yes, give me 1 second here.
So what I like is if we could go to the agenda and look at page 8.
Okay.
So I can explain from the standpoint of the finance committee where we are. So we're going to go to 8 and then 9. So I'm sure every municipality has discussed this. We've discussed this ad infinitum in the finance committee a number of times, many times. We've had many finance committee meetings, special finance committee meetings. In fact, many of the folks that have spoken tonight who are not members of the finance committee have come to the finance committee. Some folks that have already asked questions about how some of the contracts are done, the loans and so on. We've already had many of these discussions. And in front of you, you can see the 4 points, the 4 potential options that we discussed. And Joe, thank you for highlighting the cursor. I think the overwhelming majority of folks on the finance committee were in favor of number 3, option 4, which is to borrow the $9 million to complete phase 1, as it says right there. This would result in approximately $1.6 million in additional funding, but it is actually not nearly that much in additional debt service, because just like we did with the pools loan, we're getting a significant reduction in interest. So it's $940,000. However, even though that was the overwhelming choice of the folks in the finance committee, what we recommended was option number 4. And I think, Joe, if you go down to page 9, there's a little more detail on that right there. So the contingent option, which is the one that we're putting forward, is that we approve the $9 million borrowing, but authorize Center Parks and Recreation to only draw up to option 1B at the outset. Okay, and then we require, we're going to have specific language and participation in the agreement that any decision to authorize additional funding beyond that option would need to be made prior to the close of the drawdown window, which is 36 months, to say, okay, we do want to go further. We do want to draw down and borrow all the rest of the money, but we want to get locked into this now because the interest rates are so low, and we don't know that it's going to be they're going to stay where they are. They could go up. There's inflation, all kinds of things. So this would allow us to do that, but we did it with being mindful of the fact that we do need to get unanimous agreement by the municipalities to go forward. So even though it was our thinking, and it was the most of the folks wanted to do without the contingency, what we're going to recommend, and the motion I want to make now, is that we adopt that 4th option with the contingency as the thing that we're going to vote on next.
Point of order. I didn't understand that we were making a motion. I would have vied for first spot. I thought right now we were having discussion. My understanding was there was either going to be a motion and then we discuss, or we discuss and there be a motion, but I think other folks will be able to have the floor.
Mr. Chair, is there a point of order? I just made a motion. Shouldn't you ask for a second?
Oh, wait, we have a motion or a second.
This is Carla. I'll make the second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Now we'll have the discussion. Joe, you have your hand up? Oh, Peter does too. Joe?
Yes, mine's real quickly. I apologize. In the 8 pages of text, this should be, the resolution should be 2021-05-2402, as should this one, to match down here. So I just want to call everybody's attention to here. You're voting on resolution 2021-05-2402 in the 8 pages of text. I missed those two, so I apologize for that.
Laura?
Can we go out of full screen so we can see each other when we're talking? I just wondered. Thank you. I will have something to say, but I think the person that made them, I don't know. Whoever wants to talk first, I don't need to talk first.
Okay. Teresa had her hand. We'll do Peter. Teresa?
Yeah. Okay. I actually agree with Laura. I think that Evan just went rushing through there to get his option out there first. And quite honestly, I disagree with this option. This would be my fallback option. I understand that there are real valid concerns among most of us about how much money we want to put into this set of parks, and what should be in them, and why it should be there. I've been on this committee long enough. I think that it's at least, you pointed out 2010. Well, I've been here since before 2010, having these discussions. We win some, we lose some. We add things, we subtract things. And that's the discussion that I think we should be having. I would like to see us go for all of it. And my reason is simple. COVID has proven that our outdoor space is even more valuable than we thought it was. It is a mental health bonus. It is a physical health bonus. It's all the things we knew it were expanded. And that's not going to change. Doesn't matter what the census says, the number of families here, the number of children, the number of adults who need to use our parks, including this one, will not shrink. Our putting money in this, taking a loan at an amazing 1 point something level, is a godsend for us. It is a gift. In all the horror of this past year, the deaths, the illness, the frustration, how many people here have serious claustrophobia when they're in their own living rooms? For all of that, we have something that is a gift, a 1.25, I believe it is, loan option. And I think we should make the best use of it possible. For 12 years or more now, I've said we need fully usable bathrooms. We need to make sure that we are fully usable for wheelchairs and other physical difficulties. I don't think we need 500 parking places. I shudder to think about the 2,000 people who will be standing on our fields in that case, and that's a minimum, but that's a separate issue. The details are not the important thing now, unless you considerably and seriously think that your community will neither use nor can afford this. But I would say if you're going to use it, and we all are, and you are not in a financial state where you really believe this will overdo what you can do, then we should take this loan and we should make this the best possible park we can. And I think that those of you who are on council now and who will continue to be when I go off in another few months or be new will have the same need to take care of the community and to do it at the lowest possible price. This is the least price that we will pay for this ever. And we can make it the most appealing and useful and generous thing that we can do this year or maybe next or maybe in our lifetimes for our communities. I don't run. I'm not bringing my dog. I don't play tennis. I might sit quietly on a bench somewhere and watch other people play, or come early enough in the morning to hear the birds, or walk a short distance on the Musser Pass. But again, I have knees that make that a short distance. But I know that there will be men, women, and children who will thank us for all of the things that we are trying to deal with here. 9 million is a really big number. Spread out over the entire region, it is a doable number. And I think that we should stretch ourselves if need be and make this happen. So I don't even like what Evan has gone here with the contingency thing, because all it does is reopen this can of worms next year and the year after and the year after. And I'd like the can of worms to be open and closed tonight. That said, I do think that the $9 million lending is a reasonable one for what we're getting and what we want.
Bruce, Mr. Lord?
Yes, thank you. You know, one of the things I take very seriously is spending our taxpayer money wisely. And in the development of this park, we have not done that. We have had delays and delays, and we're getting, by spending money wisely, I mean, we're getting less for our money. We have a way continue to service debt rather than closing it out, and then refinancing. And so we spent money just to hold that money and not do anything with it. And now we got the contingency option. And, you know, as an economist, I can tell you that, yes, there's some bottlenecks right now in the supply chains, and they may ebb. But certainly as the economy recovers over the next couple of years, we're going to see an increase in demand, and we're going to get less money for our money if we take the contingency option. We would be better off borrowing that money, the full amount now, locking in the prices, locking in the project, moving forward. And I wish we were in the conference room at the COG so I could pound my fist on the table. Let's stop wasting money.
Thank you. I think Mr. Stone might be next. David?
Yeah, I really, it was a point of order. At what point public comment is appropriate? Because it's gotten real confusing for me. We wanted to certainly make comments, and I think Dorothy does as well, before this is voted on. So whenever it's the right time, just let me
Right
know.
now, keep going, keep going.
Well, look, there's a lot of confusion here. I mean, I think Evan has proposed the contingency option, which does in fact borrow that amount of money, and there's no renegotiating those interest rates or anything. That amount of money is voted on. Now, this is our fallback position, because like Teresa, we would like to see a decision. It's a decision obviously would have features that we prefer, and we have some ideas how to get there. One discrepancy I want to point out is that the executive committee, by 3-2, did suggest that the savings from the refinancing, which would otherwise be achieved through 1B, which is not what's on the table, but those savings be dedicated to bathrooms. And I know this is something close to Teresa's heart, and I think to a majority, if not a unanimous group here, to get the bathrooms done right away and to commit to that. So the simplest way to do that is simply in the participation agreement, whether it's contingent for or elsewhere, is to designate those bathrooms to be funded out of the savings, because the numbers are about right. Now, there are also, as everybody knows, there are 3 reduction options that have been vetted by Stahl Schaefer, and they aren't up for discussion tonight, but they would be available to talk about in some kind of a follow-up contingency option discussion. At that point, we suggest that money be put into that money be put into the natural fill turf, which would allow the kids to play 2 years earlier. So we have constructive suggestions. Please, let's get the bathrooms locked in. And I'm speaking to Teresa particularly. And I think this vote that's coming up should be a unit vote. So I hope some of our allies would make sure they call for a unit vote on this. Thank you.
Peter Buck. Mr. Buck?
Hey, yeah, thank you very much. And first of all, thank you so much for the previous vote. I've been going to the regional pools for, I don't know, probably 40 some years since I was a kid. As you all know, I was a supervisor in Ferguson Township. And the Whitehall Road Regional Park, in my view, really needs to go forward. It will fulfill well understood demand in the region that goes back about 20 years. As the region has grown, the pressure for regional parks that serve local and statewide constituencies has increased. I have to say that I do have rather considerable quibbles with the plan itself about too few trees, about too little native vegetation, about too much artificial turf, lighting, and perhaps too many parking spaces. But it really needs to go forward. There are those on this meeting who would filibuster in the name of, quote, recent confusion, would appeal to, quote, complexity, would engage in disinformation on details that every person on this call well understands. They would appeal to whataboutism. This is pure obstructionism. And there is no confusion except by those who wish to confuse. Those who would oppose this now, I believe, are acting in bad faith because they simply oppose the underlying project despite overwhelming popular support. They are acting like climate change deniers who seek to cast doubt on something that is very clear, and they will not be forthcoming. In the time since I was on the Ferguson board, the clarity on this loan, what it will accomplish, and what needs to happen has only increased and is very clear. I hope that you vote affirmative on the motion.
I believe Dorothy's next. No, Carla. Carla's next. Sorry, Dorothy, we'll get you. Carla?
Thanks, Amy. Yeah, I just wanted to offer my voice of support for option 4 without the bifurcation. I do believe most of my peers in College Township would also support that. If it comes to the need for this contingency, I know it's the vote on the table, then that would be our second option as a compromise if it comes to that. But I just wanted to echo Teresa's and others' comments that, like, let's get this done. This has been a really long time in the coming. I know that we have a lot of new members on the COG at this time, but I hope that the information provided and that staff and that the repetitive meetings and other meetings have gotten us all caught up to the point where we can just see that graph and see that we need rectangular fields. This is the way to get them. This is it. This is where we are. We are at that point now where we just need to do it. And I really appreciate everybody's comments too. And, you know, there are the quibbles, and I get that. We all look at a plan and we're like, oh, this is sort of not exactly what I want. But the point still remains, we need rectangular fields. Yes, it needs bathrooms. I trust the Parks Authority to make that decision according to the money. But if there's no money there, they can't make that decision. We're not gonna have bathrooms without fields. We cannot, we need the 9 million. That's my comment. Thanks.
Okay, Evan and then Dorothy. Mr. Myers, you're muted.
Yes, thank you. I just want to say a couple of brief comments. One, my motion was representing what we've talked about in the Finance Committee to present something that we felt would pass, since it has to be unanimous. However, I will say this, I'm not speaking against the motion that I introduced myself. I don't want to be viewed that way, but I agree 100% with what Teresa said, and I will pound my fist like Bruce did, or would like to. The fact is, if I had if in a pure world, I would vote no contingency number 4. I agree with what Carla said, all the folks that have spoken, what Peter Buck said. We need this. I would love to go forward 100% with it all, because I'm not sure when we're going to be in the same position again. We're doing it from the idea of, can we lock in these low rates? But I want to get something and not nothing. But if everyone thinks that we can do 4 without the contingency, I'm there 100%. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Dorothy, you're on.
Okay, I was going to support Evan Meyer's own suggestion for the contingency option to approve the borrowing of $9 million, but only authorize the amount to be drawn by the CRPR, and authorities left to the level of option 1B. But I think NVEC wants that option, because we want to see this grow gradually, and not just get a lot of fields but not get a lot of grading, get a lot of earth moving, but not move to actually create the fields. So we're interested in having fields. We're interested in having fields that as quickly as possible. So that's why NVEC would prefer the contingency option. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorothy. Laura? Laura, you're muted.
Thank you. Sorry, I was having trouble fumbling for buttons. I appreciate it. I've heard a lot of I want, or my body or council wants, but I haven't heard a lot about getting to consensus, which I think a lot of this process has been really elongated because of that. And I think that that's important, and it's something to be celebrated, not something that should be framed as conflict or negative. I'd say that regardless of funding option that we come out with tonight, we all know that everybody here wants to move forward with the park. I believe, and I believe this because of what I heard reflected through all of these conversations to build consensus, that it's essential that the restrooms be included in the initial realized savings. This is simply a written guarantee of priorities to be included in the participation agreement, one that everyone agrees is important, something that clarifies this as a priority
and sets forward the move toward getting this park constructed in a manner that we all understand. I don't think this park discussion is a can of worms, as another member has called it. I look at it as an opportunity. I'm just not so sure, after seeing the results of the regional survey and the comp plan and hearing different bodies' discussions, I am just not sure any longer that we align as a region around this particular master plan any longer. This was conceptualized many years ago, yes, many years ago, on data from a 2008 survey, and we have new data now. Why are we not incorporating it? More importantly, moving forward, regardless of the funding option, where can we continue to discuss this? What is the process by which to initiate a change in this master plan? Can any party to this plan move forward a recommendation, or are we forever and ever and ever building this particular master plan? No matter what happens tonight, we're left with these questions. Where is the pickleball court in this park? How can Patton Township move to request it be added? I want to suggest a parallel process to this funding and construction endeavor. I think it behooves us to look at the park master plan through the COG committees and the municipalities in tandem with a look at the comp plan. I don't have any intended eventual outcome other than to possibly update it. There may now be a difference of opinion into how responsive we need to be to the region's diverse needs. How can we make this system better? In conclusion, regardless of the funding option, I believe it's essential that the restrooms be included in the initially realized savings. This requirement was added in the executive committee in an attempt to gain consensus of all the bodies. And I will say, as far as I understand it, we do not yet have consensus among the bodies. And so I think that we should continue this conversation. Thank you.
Mr. Marshall, you're next.
Comments and then a question. First of all, I'm in accord with the majority of the comments. As far as I'm concerned, we should fund the whole thing and do this park. However, this proposal was a compromise to try to get a unanimous vote. I would like to ask Jens, if Jens is still on here, what happens if in fact we bifurcate the 800,000 and it doesn't get spent in 3 years? Is Jens on? Apparently it's not going to be.
Is that finance group available? Eric, you know if they're around?
He is still on, but
Laura, do you want to take this on behalf of Jens, or do you want me to? Or Chris?
Did you say Laura?
Chris on?
Laura Kurtz.
Oh, I was going to say, I think I know the answer is it goes away, but.
Well, Laura, I'd like to hear an expert on it though.
Sure.
You're about to say.
Sure. So your
Yeah,
question
Laura,
was,
okay.
what happens if the amount isn't drawn? It just remains
Yes.
undrawn under the note.
After 3 years, there's no repercussion?
You either draw it down or you lose the ability to draw it down.
Oh, you lose the ability.
Right.
Okay. Yes, it goes back. Yes, Laura.
Thank you.
I personally am like most of the speakers. I favor doing this thing, getting it done. We will never get a better interest rate than this. I'm convinced. I would like to see the whole thing done now, but if it takes this bifurcation to get a unanimous vote, I guess that's the second best thing.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, I have a point of order, Mr. Chair.
Well, I was gonna. We have some more comments coming. Is this Evan?
Yeah, I have a point of order, and that point of order is if I withdraw this motion and move the motion just for without the contingency, will we be, and that is defeated, will we have the ability to vote on this motion next tonight? Maybe that's a question for Eric to answer.
Sounds like an Eric question.
It might be a question for Terry Williams.
Mr. Williams.
I will try, sir. If the motion is withdrawn and the seconder agrees to allowing the motion to be withdrawn, then a new motion can be made and seconded and the process continued. To answer Evan's question, if that motion is defeated, that is the second motion, then the original motion, which was withdrawn, can be removed. By removed, I mean moved again, not removed. Sorry.
Point of order question. If we were to pass anything other than what's been advertised for public hearing, so if we pass the option 4 without contingency, would that need to be re-advertised? My understanding is we need to be specific in public hearing advertisements.
We need to be specific, but I think the advertisement is generalized enough to cover that. Now, obviously, Jens and Yar are the ones who have to sign on that, but I think the way it's written is fine. You've got to go forward at some point with what you're doing. If you're going to borrow 9 million, you're going to borrow 9 million. If you're going to attach strings, that's not really a part of the participation agreement, because the participation agreement is designed as an agreement for how the money is going to be produced to pay the bank loan, not as to how it is to be spent.
I think.
Eric, okay.
Yeah, Jens had, this question had been posed to Jens a few minutes ago, so maybe we could let him answer.
Well, I guess if you look at all the documents, look at the ordinances, you look at the 2 resolutions, they're basically approving the participation agreement substantially as presented. So right now, language is in there. If it's the will to modify the participation agreement, that can simply be done in the motion. So if the motion is made to approve the whatever ordinance resolution, modifying the participation agreement to delete the contingency, I think that would be fine.
Point of order, I do not think this is how we do it in Ferguson Township. My understanding is if we significantly modify something that's been advertised for public hearing, we have to re-advertise for public hearing. Thank you.
That'd be a definition of Mr. Williams. Paul, please. Have comments?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say that I too am in favor of the full $9 million borrowing in one shot. However, I wanted to ask a quick question. There was a comment made that could potentially be confusing. If within the 36-month window, we do authorize the withdrawal of the additional 816,000, that is at the negotiated rate. Am I correct? There's no change in that. There was a comment made that we need to do the full amount now to get the 1.25% rate. Within that 36-month window, we have that rate. Am I correct?
Yeah, the full 9 is authorized at that rate. It's just a contingency as to it. Basically, the draws have to stop at a certain level before you can go beyond that. Would take that quorum vote.
Thank you. I just wanted to make it clarify, to clarify that. The other thing that I was going to say is if we add strings to it, one of my concerns is that we're really intruding in a sense on the Parks Authority. They are the ones, we're authorizing the financing for this, but my only concern is that we set a bad precedent with that. So thank you, Mr. Chair. That was what I had.
Mr. Wilson, please. You're on mute.
Okay, I'm on now. Thank you. Yeah, I was very pleased that Peter Buck spoke up. He's been involved in this for a long time, and he's a very clear thinker on this. And I just think about it, holding back and not going for the full thing is just passing it off to a future elected officials that may want to go the other way. And I don't think we should let that happen. I think we've done all the work we've needed to do on this. We've done our due diligence. The planning doesn't need to be changed just because it's a few years later. We all know that we need this park. We need it the way it's designed. It's fine. Going back to square one is just a waste of time. And I commend Peter for bringing it out in the open that some people are just trying to block this whole thing. And all the great oration in the world won't change the fact that this is what we should be doing. So I'm all out. Let's do this, the whole thing. No contingency.
Mr. Mitra, please.
Yes, so I am, I heard several of the comments, and I have some questions slash comments on that. I think to the extent I know, nobody here is arguing that there should not be a park, and nobody here is arguing that there should not be a funding for the park. In fact, to the extent that I know, there is funding for the park. There is money for the park. It's the interest rate that we are trying to renegotiate. Now, the question really is what should be built, and whether what should be built should be tied to what the plan was, I don't know, 10 years ago, or whether we need a better plan and or a modified plan, which is more realistic within, my parents taught me that you have to spend what your income is within your means. And so this is what I'm trying to say is that we need to figure out what we can do with the money that we will be getting. And so I think, we are talking about going back to square one. I don't understand why we have to go back to square one and not just, modify things to the extent we can and build a park based on what funding we are getting. With respect to the contingency, someone mentioned that we'll never get a better interest rate. Well, when you get the contingency, you get that interest rate for the whole amount. The question really is whether it will be a blank check versus whether it will be these checks and balances that we want to put in. Now, I understand that some of you think it's a bad idea to have the funding that is coming from the municipalities to have these checks and balances and want the park authorities to just do whatever they want with the money. And I might be, I would like to have some say to the extent I can in using the strings is a way for legislatures to get what they want. And I think that with our input, the park is going to be better rather than without it. And there were other comments that were made that about, well, COVID and we need for outdoors. My question is that with this $9 million, is this the best we can do? With this additional funding, additional loan that we are going to take, can we spend that money elsewhere or within the same park project by, let us say, investing that money in nature trails and other things instead of the parking lots? That is a debate that we as elected officials should be having. And that is a debate we should be having before signing out a blank check. I want the park to be built. I have never heard anyone saying that they don't want the park to be built. I play soccer, I play tennis, I want to, walk on the trails and so on. I just want the best that we can do with our money. And I do not support signing up the entire amount and hoping and praying that something gets done. I would like the municipalities to have some say in what is going to be built. And therefore, I would support the contingency option, but not the blank check option.
Teresa's next.
I don't think it's what you would call a blank check. I understand your concern. On the other hand, the things you just talked about are exactly what we have been talking about for 10 or 12 years. I came on council and this was already being discussed, what we would use these for and how we would use them. Every single community has had input, real input. And it is, when it comes to trails and passive parks and things, we have them. Remember, this is part of the entire parks I forget how many there are at this point, 50 or so between the borough and the center region. Then we have several large ones like this, which is attached to a trail that's going from Musser's Gap down through the valley and on up to campus. It will be attached to trails that cover the entire state at some point. It is my concern about what you call the strings, which give people leverage, is that, as Peter Buck pointed out, some people want to leverage less. Some people just want to hold the whole thing up. Most of us want it to be done, and we want it to be done well. There are some legal factors about what we can or cannot do in relation to the Parks Authority. But it doesn't matter how we fund it. Those legal limitations exist. And it doesn't matter how we want to deal with them. The question comes back to, do we want to do the whole thing and make all of it available for the things we want now? Or do we want to have this same discussion next year and the year after and the year after? And that's literally what the difference here is with the contingency versus it's going through. I think Evan should pull his original motion, that somebody should try the full-on motion, and we should vote on it. If it fails, we can go back a step. If it passes, and based on a lot of the people who have spoken tonight, it will pass. And we will have ourselves another gem. And I think that it's part of what makes this region. I mean, I work with the National League of Cities, and people are constantly asking how we make COG work. And it's really, really hard to explain how COG works. It does. We know there are people here who have major disagreements. And we also know that as a community and as a collection, we have been able to make most all of the things that I've seen come by in the last, well, since I was on block grant, so I'm going to say 20 years, work. We are an amazing community. We are acknowledged nationally for making this work. And I think we can make it work tonight. And I think we can make this park be part of our park system. And whether it's fields for soccer or baseball or softball or trails to walk, I think we'll have it all when we're done. And my reason now, as it was 12 years ago with Sylvie Lawrence, when she first pointed this out about having a rest area, restrooms. We want to know that when somebody comes there with their 5-year-old, they don't have to pop them back in the car and run home again. We want to make sure that whatever it is and whoever it is has access to what they need. So I would hope that Evan would pull us for now. We give it a try and hopefully make it work.
Okay, Betsy? There you go. Give me, unmute. There you go.
Sorry about that. I've waited so long, I forgot how to unmute. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My comments at this point are on process. Unlike many here who are talking about specific aspects of the park, what should be added or not, restrooms in particular, I believe that what we are talking about tonight is not what is in the park. It is how we are going to get there. And that, of course, has to do with the financing. You know, I understand we all have a lot of questions about the Whitehall Road Regional Park. We have a contingency option that is a compromise that will allow us to address some of those concerns about what goes in the park. And I believe that going with the option that Evan suggested, and he was hedging his bets, hoping that we would at least get a definitive answer, some definitive answer on financing. I believe that is the way to go and still maintain some flexibility going forward, which I understand is important. I do not see any reason to restrict or add language to the participation agreement. We have certainly communicated our expectations to the Parks and Recreation Authority. And as Paul Takak said earlier, I am concerned that adding specific language in this would, about things that we need, would compromise or set a bad precedence. It would compromise procedure going forward. The scope of a parks project ultimately lies with the authority. In fact, that's why we have an authority in the first place. And so to Mr. Mitra, who was concerned that municipalities will not have a say, municipalities have a say, have had a say from the get-go, and that is by virtue of our vested authority to select a person for the Parks Authority representing our particular municipality. And then the other advantage or the reason for having an authority is that members of this authority stand above the fray of any political posturing or bullying or purpose that we may, want to hold and protect as part of our turf. We have an appointed representative from each municipality, and that is their job. And I respect the authority, and I believe that it is in the best interest of all of us that the authority that we have empowered is the one that will make the best decision for our citizens. The members of this Parks and Recreation Authority they're all good people. Okay, we have 2 beautiful pools, we have 2 regional parks that attest to their conscientious efforts so far. I trust the authority. I charge the authority, along with the appropriate COG committees and appropriate COG staff, to keep communicating and working with us, we, the elected officials. And we've been doing this for 10 plus years, certainly long before my even residency here in this area. This journey has been a very public one, with all of the approvals and commitments from members of municipalities at numerous points along the way. And for the reason, I guess the main reason is procedure and precedence, I support going forward with the contingency option with no additional restrictions. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Elliot, I'm going to go to Elliot, and then we're going to get a feeling where we are, because we're into a lot of repetition of the same point. So Elliot has not discussed this item, so we'll go to Elliot now and see where we are. Elliot?
First of all, I have agreed with just about everything that everybody said so far. And the basic thing that we've agreed on is we want to go ahead with this, especially because of the funding situation. So whether it's with contingency or for going with the whole thing, the question then is what's most likely to get passed? And having been involved with this for 40 years, I have no idea which one is likely to get passed. But I think the contingency one that Betsy just said has the best chance. And so I'd go with that. And I believe that we're going to wind up with an excellent park. and that lots of people are going to be able to use it and will be happy. And if there's some things that we haven't included, okay, so be it. But I think that most of the things we need are going to be there, and that's usually the way it's turned out for us.
Thank you. I have a question for you. Can the chair call the question? I will call the question.
I request a unit vote.
But
That's fine.
if I may,
Eric?
well, calling the question, of course, is a misnamed motion. It's actually to move the previous question when you're following Robert's Rules of Order directly. But I think the key points are a motion to call the question needs a second. And after that second, it can be debated. And after the debate, if adopted, it must be adopted by a 2/3 vote.
Correct.
Membership.
That's correct.
Okay, so you have made the motion. Which
I have do we have a second on the call?
I'll second it.
Okay.
Are you looking for debate on the motion at this point? I'm sorry.
I think it's debatable.
Is the question debatable, Terry?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I thought maybe we could explore the issue a little bit more before calling the question, specifically the request about the language in the participation agreement. My understanding is my board as a majority would like to see that. And that's just my understanding. I haven't been able to deliberate with them, but I would actually like for us to be able to discuss that a little bit more. But I suppose if we call this question and it fails because of not discussing that, we can always rediscuss that if that understanding is correct, that we could make a new motion like that.
So we can do a unit vote on the call of the question. Correct, Terry?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. We need 2/3 on that. So how do we?
Are we going to breakout?
How are we going to do unit vote without doing breakout? Scott, can you do breakout on the call?
The unit vote's going to send you to a breakout.
Okay.
You didn't,
So we
you have,
We need 2/3.
So now we're just discussing calling the question, though. We're not actually discussing the
Well,
question.
we're voting on the call for the question.
Okay.
I got Catherine.
Recording stopped.
I got Catherine Yapel down at the bottom.
Yes.
Scott, I got sent to the authority rather than Harris Township.
hang on.
I am in the wrong room.
Catherine, you need to join.
Somehow I was thrown off, Scott. So should I quit and then come back on?
Hang on, let me
Should
try.
I leave and then?
Yeah,
I'll
because I'm
leave this
showing that I
meeting.
moved you, but you didn't accept it.
Why don't I did? Oh, fine. I'll do it again.
Hi, Scott, it's Josh. Would you mind sending me to Ferguson when you get a chance? Thanks.
Dan, I see you and Doug are back, but I don't see anybody else from your board.
Well, we finished. We voted already. But I clicked leave breakout room. Maybe the others didn't do that.
message on to the managers and ask them to ask people to start coming back like you did, Dan, as soon as they're done. Unless I get a message sooner.
Scott, can you close the patent breakout room without closing the other ones?
I can't.
You can't. You have to do them all at once. Okay. We'll just have to wait. See, is Joe wearing a cowboy hat, riding a horse, riding off into the sunset?
I left my props at home, sorry.
Time to get the train running again.
You'd laugh, Elliot. I used to train up in those mountains behind you. You're at the Horseshoe Curve, aren't you?
Yeah.
That's where I used to run when I was in high school. A lot of elevation change.
Pretty sure I'm gonna watch what you do, so I'll watch what he's doing with me.
So what was the over-under for having this meeting adjourned?
Thursday.
Scott, who's back on?
We are waiting for Ferguson and the Borough.
Okay.
I miss having the grapes and pepperoni. Am I the only one who misses COG snacks?
I think Joe should bring us all coffee.
These guys haven't had 10 of the
Back in
college.
2 hours. I'm not being productive.
This is early for us. We'd just be getting warmed up at our meetings.
Hey, I was going more for the margaritas, like Amy said.
Yeah, we'd be at Duffy's by this time.
We've been at Duffy's a long time by this time.
I missed the chit chat like this.
Just waiting on the Borough.
I'm trying to control the chit chat, Betsy. Thank you.
Do we record the chit chat or is that not being recorded right now? You need a
Okay.
bloopers reel after this year.
No comment.
I need a reel. Yeah.
There's a big CNET logo on Channel 7 right now.
Great, perfect.
This is the vote on the call. No.
Cindy's gonna have fun editing this one.
Hey, you're coming up on my.
You've all heard probably about the
What is it?
Your stage manager needs a raise.
I was
Hey,
surprised
Scott?
to see this agenda item last.
Unmute yourself, Scott.
Go ahead.
What's 2/3 of our membership?
So with what we have attending, we need 20.
But if we call
Right.
for a unit vote,
You
how's
can
that
call
work?
for a unit vote.
Oh,
Work out the math
3.3.
quickly.
Joe.
2/3 of 5 is what?
Should be 4.
We will need 4 votes.
There you
You're not gonna get it.
This is just to call the question.
Yeah, yeah. That's heavy math, though. 2/3 of 5. Yeah.
3.33 or something.
Everything math teachers and groups.
2/3 of 5 is 4.
Because you have to round up.
Yep.
You have to round it up, bud.
I knew we should have expanded the COG years ago, so we have an even number.
Number 3.
Well, if Half Moon would
Amy
join.
just resigned.
Well, if Half Moon participated, it'd be easier. I know, but
I don't know, forget it.
We'll give that's your decision, Mr. Williams. 2/3 of 5 is what?
Because 2/3 of 5 is not, you'd have to have 4 votes in order to shut off debate.
it's at least 2/3.
Scott, would you call the borough and see what they're doing here?
I believe Eric is in touch.
Something other whether to call the question, and that's.
No,
not
I think the
appropriate.
timer given was 30 minutes, so they think we have 30 minutes. Maybe we should have set a shorter timer for this one.
Yeah, can we could have been discussing this for a long time instead of calling the question. Well, can we all join their meeting to listen to them since it's a public meeting?
Send us over.
If somebody wants to go there, I can definitely send you.
No. Having more fun here.
I think we should all show up there.
Fire alarm shut off in the municipal. Was that, is that in the municipal building enough? So. Yeah, it's called.
It would seem to me that the chair of this illustrious organization has the authority to visit for inquiry any of the chat rooms.
So Jesse Barlow just reported that they are still discussing. So I'm assuming that they're discussing, not just to call the
Oh.
question.
Can we like figure something out? Because we can all be discussing this if they are. So can somebody bop over to the meeting and can we all have the same opportunity to discuss stuff? Because we could certainly use it in Ferguson. Calling the question.
Yeah.
Eric Nornberg.
Yeah. Thanks, Frank. Thank Rich.
So if we're indeed going to call the question, are we discussion and then go into another breakout, which is then our.
Well, we have a motion and a second on the floor.
We would go straight to a vote. If we call the question, we go straight to a vote on the.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to call for another unit vote, so then we'll have another breakout. Okay.
That's fine. We just need to get the college back.
So that we can figure out
That's
what to
the
do
main
next.
event. Yeah.
They probably all went to Pickles.
Good news, the UK lifted their travel ban. My wife may be in August.
Oh, wow. No kidding.
Yep.
Scott Binkley, can you send me over to the borough meeting, please?
Who?
Joe, so you can expect your wife to live a long time?
Yeah, well, she'll bury me.
For 100 years?
She'll bury me.
State College.
State College. And we just sent Laura over. Sounds like Red Rover.
That should do it.
Red Rover, sent Laura right over.
I don't know about that.
England, there was a brother and sister living in New Jersey, and their parents. For Christmas, and they're paying.
Okay, sorry folks for the delay. Our answer is no.
No what?
Recording in progress.
Scott, would you do the call, please? You muted, Scott.
Call to the question is College Township.
College Township voted 3-2 for the motion to call the question. To support the motion to call the question.
Ferguson Township.
We voted 3-2 to call the question.
Half Moon Township.
We abstain.
Harris Township.
We voted no. Unanimous no.
Not to call the question.
Correct.
Patton Township.
We voted unanimous to call the question.
And State College Borough.
Oh, sorry, I already thought I gave it. We voted no, 4-3.
We have a 3-2 vote.
Okay, so the call is
Defeated.
defeated. Now we go to, let's go to the motion that we have on the floor with a motion and a second. The original motion that Evan made. Evan? You ever?
I would like to withdraw my motion.
Okay, Bruce, did you second that?
No, I have to agree to that.
Carla did, okay. Would you please, or did you, would you?
I do.
Okay. Now Bruce has his hand up.
Don't say that.
Bruce?
I want to make two quick points. I don't want to belabor them, but one is that bathrooms are not an issue. I've never heard a person suggest that we don't build bathrooms. I can't speak for the authority, but while sitting on the authority, I've never heard an authority member speak against having bathrooms, but rather strongly in favor of it. So that's not an issue. I've heard some thoughts about, the bidding, it's, if we do the contingency, we lock in these interest rates anyways, and that's true. The savings is putting things out to bid now. And at that point, I'd like to move that we adopt option 4 without the contingency.
Carla, seconds.
Okay. Discussion. You doing unit vote on this? Someone called.
Mr. Stone has, yeah.
Oh, sorry, I take that back.
There's some hands, Benny.
Nope. No unit vote from Laura.
Well,
There's some
wait, no,
hands.
what I
Hold
took
on.
back was, wait, I'm sorry, I took back calling the question, but if we are going to vote on that motion right now, then I will call unit vote on the motion, not on calling the question.
We're done with calling the question.
Oh, we have two, David Stone and Nigel. David?
Sorry.
You're still muted, David.
David is, yes.
Sorry. Okay, this is David Stone from Nittany Valley. We came in tonight supporting the compromise and really didn't prepare to speak on this aspect. We think there are a lot of problems with it. And I don't want to belabor that. I want to make a couple quick points. Number one, this doesn't complete the master plan, this little bit of funding, even the option 4. It's a lot of the excavation and grading is really laying the groundwork for future investment, which frankly, if you were going to do the future investment, you ought to make that tonight as well. So what we suggest is that you get a complete park early. And I think my friend Peter Buck was confused about the artificial turf because we are advocating for the non-microplastic stuff that's environmental. And so look, I don't want to delay the determination of the contingency funds because I argued at the Park Authority, for example, that discussion ought to happen sooner rather than later because we want to get the bids out for the artificial turf, particularly as early as possible. I also suggested to the Park Authority on Friday that if they took certain actions, things would go much smoother tonight. And one of the actions was, I said, simply vote by a majority that you're going to do bathrooms, make it official. Then that would be taken off the table. And we're a little disturbed that they didn't do that. So look, we came in with a compromise. I can't say what my board will do now. And, we think this is very complicated and we want to be positive. So please, defeat this, come back with the contingency. And I think everybody can support it. And Nittany Valley will support this new park with our full efforts. Thank you.
I'd like to remind my colleagues also, we're talking funding, we're not talking park design. We've gone through the park design many, many times. So Nigel, you're on.
Okay, thank you. I'll make it brief, and I hope that everybody else does, because we all know what we're thinking. But one little point that never seems to come up, everybody's worried about money. $800,000 divided among every member of this community, every tax-paying member of this community, isn't really all that much per capita. And that's what we're quibbling over, the management of that amount of money. Will we spend that? Will we not? I think, or will we not guarantee that we spend that? We need to guarantee that we spend that and get this done. Thank you.
Paul?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to request that when we move to a vote, that the individual vote record be recorded in the minutes. Thank you.
Mr. Mitra?
Yes, so, I wanted to, since this is the option 4 that we are talking about, I would again repeat that I would like to, I too prepared for the contingency version, and I possibly could support that under the right things put in the contract. I do. There is no doubt in my mind with respect to a comment that the park authority folks are good people. I have exchanged emails with Pam way before I ran for political office. And, there's no question of not trusting them and some of the comments that were made. But my point is, I guess even if it was God, I wouldn't write a blank check. My point is that, and somebody mentioned that there are legal limitations that exist. Yes, there are legal limitations that exist. And I want the contract, any contingencies, whatever we decide as a COG to be drawn to be fully legal. And if the law gives us the power to put in these things before the next tranche of money is approved, I would like that to be decided now and put it in, get it done. And if that's, that would be my preference. I mean, there was a comment that we have enough trails. I would beg to differ with that. And I would rather that, money would be spent on what is more environmentally friendly and less on parking spots, less lighting, etc. Thank you.
Laura?
Thank you very much. So I during this conversation, I'm sure I don't have to point out to everybody, but there's been multiple conversations. One is about financing, another is about park amenities. So another, and part of that is like our governance structure. So I believe it was Betsy that mentioned, like, the park authority is in charge of all of this. Our control is our appointment. That's not our only control, right? It also is the master plan. And that's what I keep coming back to. Like, I understand that this conversation is about financing and not about amenities, but it's sort of a crazy thing to try to think about that way as a supervisor, because during budget time in Ferguson, I don't say, oh yeah, $1 million for capital projects. I talk about the capital projects and what each of those capital projects entail. If we wanted to put a train yard in at Suburban Park, I would say, no, thank you. I don't want to do that. I'm not trying to say that the master plan for Whitehall Road Regional Park is a train yard. That's not what I'm saying. What I am trying to point out to the general forum is that that master plan is another tool by which we communicate to the authority. And I think that one of the differences in how our different municipalities are talking about this relates to our beliefs about that master plan. Some of us feel that, hey, it doesn't matter that it's 10 years old. It doesn't matter that it's built on data from 2008. All that's exactly the same. I don't agree with that necessarily. And we've had a new survey, right, that can feed into a master plan. Regardless of what we decide tonight, it's very important that we as a general forum body understand that that master plan is very wrong in its cost estimates of everything that we are agreeing to, right? When we move forward and we keep hearing, we agreed to this master plan. We didn't agree to a master plan for $26 million. It was $13 million. But now those costs have changed so much. I've been repeatedly asking for us to please review that master plan. And so regardless of what we do with financing tonight, the data needs to be refreshed and the COG needs to take an active role in looking at the comp plan results and integrating them into that master plan, because that's the kind of cooperative discussion that will reduce these conflicts in the future to have accurate data, right? So I just wanted to make a plug for that once again, no matter what we decide in financing. Thank you.
Okay, Rich, you've been quiet all evening, so.
I thought everybody was tired of hearing me from the through the committee meetings and all that good kind of stuff. Bottom line up front, I'm an unabashed supporter of the park. We recently bid along with the restrooms, irrigation, and maintenance building, and firmly committed to establishing the financing to accomplish that. I don't know. With that said, you know, I put out the contingent option as a means to get to a vote, respectful of the nature of the COG in compromising. I said at the finance meeting, my personal option is option 4 with no contingencies. I said at the exec meeting that my personal preference is option 4 with no contingencies. I am an also unabashed believer in how the authority structure works and what has been discussed about putting limitations or requirements on the financing with regard to the scope is a violation of that for me. And beyond that, to Ms. Whitman's point, I agree completely that we've got such good people in that authority that are trying to do the right thing and everything. Candidly, I hope option 4 passes. I implore my peers at Ferguson to go with that. I understand Ms. Danini's point about the master plan. What it ignores is that all of the other municipalities have said, yep, this is the park we want. And that's what it shows. So I implore, but no matter what, we need to move forward tonight, and we need to set up the structure for cooperation in getting the best value for our residents. That's what we were elected for. That's what we appointed authority reps for. We need to stand behind that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good. Thank you. I at this time would like to actually vote on the motion.
Okay, call for a unit vote then.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Where's Scott? We're gonna do a,
Recording stopped.
Eric, perhaps you should send a text to the managers to make sure they know exactly that they're voting on option 4 without restrictions.
Excuse me, could somebody put me in Ferguson? I got put in State College by mistake.
the village people complained about laundry. getting
Recording in
dirty.
progress.
Yeah, the holes in your laundry from the smoke is not good.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, we are, oh, hang on one second.
Okay, everyone back?
Hang on one second. 5 seconds. Okay.
You got your roll call sheet there, Scott?
Yep. All right. This is the vote for
Unit vote.
option 4.
Correct.
College Township.
Mr. Chair, College Township votes unanimously 5-0 in favor of the motion.
Ferguson Township.
Ferguson Township voted 4-1 opposing the motion.
Half Moon Township.
We abstain.
Harris Township.
Harris Township be unanimous 5. Yes,
In favor.
yes.
Patton Township.
Patton voted 5-0 in favor of the motion.
And State College Borough.
State College Borough voted 7-0 in favor of the motion.
So 4-1.
Eric?
So are you guys interested in hearing it? I mean, I'm not trying to be like, I mean, would you be interested in hearing about our discussion that we had, or just wondering, I don't know if that's helpful at all?
Yes.
No.
With the hour as it is, I would prefer not. It's 10
Okay.
o'clock and we got more agenda to go, so. Eric, are we finished with our 8 pages of item number 7?
Mr. Chair, no, Mr. Chair, no, we're not. The bids, the financing bids expire, I believe tomorrow. So we need to take some kind of action on the parks loan. It was bid in conjunction with the pools loan. Am I correct on that, Joe?
They
I
were
move
bid in
that-
conjunction. There was a 30-day extension received on the parks loan and the pools loan. So we do have a 30-day extension. And again, right now we are on step 4. So we are just informing the process. We have not gotten into the ordinances or anything on that with the votes. So if we want to continue on to tonight, we definitely can. But we are not in agreement. We would need a unanimous vote to be able to go forward with the borrowing.
Yeah, Evan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my understanding from what Joe just said as point of order is that, so this process on what we just voted for is done. So what I will now offer is the original motion I pulled. I move that motion.
I would like to
Okay.
second that.
Who was it? Who did the second?
Betsy.
Okay.
You're back to the contingent option, correct, Evan?
I guess
sorry?
I was actually in the middle of a motion when somebody had a point of order, and so I stopped, but I was moving before Evan spoke. So that's fine.
Okay. We have a motion or a second and discussion on that.
Point of order. Did the previous motion require unanimous vote? It wasn't a borrowing. It was what kind of borrowing we were going to put to vote.
Yeah.
It does not require a unanimous vote, but it informs what's going to happen on the vote that does have to be unanimous.
Right.
So we can proceed forward on that previous motion with the assumption that one municipality will change its vote. I would say it's unlikely.
But nonetheless, we have a motion on the table and it passed. How do we proceed?
No, we didn't have a motion pass, did we?
Yes.
Yeah.
Option 4 did pass. But
Yeah, 4-1.
4-1.
It
Oh,
passed?
but to do the refinancing, we need it to be 5-0 is.
Right.
The motion
So-
wasn't to refinance. The motion was to put that question forward for refinancing. I know it's a little obtuse.
I don't understand the difference. Can you explain? Because we thought we were actually voting on the motion to refinance at level 4, at option 4.
The vote was on option 4 regarding informing the authority and the other municipalities of the vote for option 4. So it was an endorsement, and right now we have an endorsement 4-1 to tell the authority and the municipalities to move forward. Knowing that you need to have a unanimous vote, you can move forward with that, or you can go back with a different option, and then that can impact the ordinance that you would pass.
I would suggest that if we go with a motion forward, and Terry can tell me whether this is the way to go, that the motion be to rescind the previous action and make a new motion. Because as Bruce pointed out, we do have a motion that's passed, so we would have to both rescind that and make another one.
Before Evan makes his motion, you're saying?
No, as part of the next motion would be rescinding the previous motion.
I agree to that alteration.
Who did the second on that? Carla?
Whitman did.
I agree.
Larry?
I agree, yeah,
Okay.
except.
Could we hear from Terry?
Okay,
Terry, you want to share it, chime in here?
this is like playing solitaire with a deck of 51. I would recommend what the chair do, and this decision is up to the chair. But the problem is separating into the various units. It seems pretty obvious where everybody stands on this. So taking Mr. Miller's suggestion, could I recommend that the chair declare that all of the current motions are out of order and go back and get a new motion, which may be Evans, but a new motion for everyone to consider as to what to do with recommendations to the various municipalities in the authority with the hopes of getting unanimity. Now, the chair doesn't have to do that. The chair can say, no, we have a motion which was adopted 4-1. So now we're going to send everybody back to their individual municipal conferences to decide whether they will vote in favor of proceeding with the financing. That is the execution of the agreements that Mr. Damsgaard has presented to you. I think that's a chair ruling, not a legal one. It's whichever way you would like to do it.
My ruling is we have a motion, we stay with that, so we'll go back to the individuals.
Doesn't matter if you raise your hand anymore.
Oh, yeah.
I move that we go back to the original motion that Evan had suggested and go through that again.
Yeah, okay.
You're out of order.
Do I need to rescind the motion to rescind the last thing or what?
I think the chair decided we were going back into
Go back.
the 4-1 thing back
That's
into.
right. That's right.
Okay.
So
We're
I need
going
some
back-
clarity.
Yeah, clarity, please. So we're going back as municipalities with the
I
4-1.
mean, I'm accepting Terry's suggestion of going back, declaring all out of order, and we'll go back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so there would be there's space for Evan's original Evan's motion.
Yeah, yeah.
So, Mr. Chair,
Scott?
so Elliot just moved my motion. So is that the motion that's now on the floor?
Yeah.
But then Denny rescinded that even.
I rescinded those. We're going back to the group.
Oh,
We're going back to what? We're going back to municipalities or back to a discussion in the general forum?
Back to needing a new motion.
Brand new motion.
Okay.
Thanks,
Ellen.
Lynn.
thank you, Mr. Chair. I move my original motion that was rescinded that we accept as with the contingency.
A second.
Okay, and I move to amend that motion.
I have to go over here to listen.
I move to amend that motion to include in the participation agreement that bathrooms be prioritized in the initially realized savings. And I'm looking for a second.
Second. This is Kathy.
So we could have discussion on the amendment. Look, the reason I'm doing this is because I think it's been a long conversation. It's been a long effort. And I think that everybody is moving toward consensus. And I believe that if we include this language that we all agree on, that bathrooms are a priority, it's more likely that we're going to get to yes on this current effort of the 4-option financing with contingency and this language. I believe that that's going to get us to yes, and that's why I'm making the amendment.
And we have a second. We have a second to that amendment, so we need to vote on that.
Well, we can have some discussion on it. I'd like to hear
Well-
others' points of view.
Rich, you have a hand up that one.
I do. Thank you. Again, I've already spoken my concerns about putting restrictions on or requirements on the authority for the scope of work. With that said, if we all are in agreement with restrooms, then can we all be agreement with $9 million and with no 1B restriction on the draw? So at the 9 million, we guarantee restrooms.
I'm not taking that as a friendly amendment to my amendment, if that's what you're asking. And the reason
I
being
am
is
asking
because-
that, and you
Okay.
have now answered that.
Okay, and I'll give you my reasoning. It's not because I don't want to be fair. I certainly do, and I understand your point. It's just that that priority is so important. What I'm saying is, independent of how the bids come back, they need to be prioritized. And I think we all align around that. And I am saying, yes, it will direct the authority to do that. And that's what we want. So yes, I'm sorry, I can't. Thank you.
That's fine. I'll just state that I have faith in the authority in hearing what has been said many, many times without treating them like children that they need to put on the report card to have it on there, and I would vote against.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the amendment, correct? We have discussion on the that amendment?
Yes, but Chair, I have to say that this is really, I have to really give pushback against this idea. This is 1, treating people like children, 2, not trusting people, 3, thinking they're not good people. All of this virtue signaling or whatever it is that's going on, it really puts this very basic conversation about a contractual agreement into a bad light. This is not something where somebody's not being trusted. Okay, it's a contract. And normally different parties have different solicitors, and that's okay. It doesn't mean that we don't trust each other. It simply is how business is done. And so when I'm asking for this language to be put in there, it's not because I'm treating somebody like a child. It's because I want my clear expectations voiced in a non-confrontational way that everybody is agreeing to.
Hey, excuse me, as the scrivener of that participation agreement, what exactly is this language sought for prioritize? Could you quote what language that is being
Yes,
sought?
it was found in the motion that came out of the executive committee. It was amending the original motion of the option 4 contingency funding choice to include in the participation agreement that would accompany it a requirement the initially realized savings from refinancing would be put into bathrooms as a priority. And so there were multiple unfunded items, and what the language would be with that, there's Joe's highlight. I believe Joe's highlighting it right now. That
The language
restrooms
to
are installed
ensure
with funds
restrooms are
realized.
installed with the
Yeah.
funds, with the initial funds.
Yeah, so I'm simply amending the motion to be back what executive committee originally asked this general forum to consider, because we were looking at getting unanimous approval, not just pleasing one or another, but unanimous approval. And that's where we were headed with that. So that's
And when you say restrooms, they know what you mean by that. I mean, that's.
Okay, Rich?
That's Jens, you actually touched on one of the concerns with putting that type of language. It's too broad. We say restrooms. Next, it'll be, well, that's not the restrooms that we want and everything. And the other part of it is that it ignores that 4 out of the 5 members have said, this is the park we want. We all want restrooms. We get it. Agree to 9 million, you get it. If you're going to put restrictions on the purse strings, then okay, then you give up that restriction. That's the point that we were trying to make.
Carla?
Yeah, thanks. I just feel very concerned about this language being added insofar as this is now being added to the motion where we're already bifurcating the money to a certain point, and then everything has to come before us all to agree on what the rest is going to be spent on. But now absolutely bathrooms have to be spent first. This makes me very concerned that we're going to end up with the park again without the field required, but with these really expensive bathrooms, but no park to go with them. That is my concern right now, as opposed to trusting the authority to make steps that are appropriate for making a reasonable. Thanks.
Catherine?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Well, see, I mean, I think we're back to the drawing board. We have different values, clearly. Somebody thinks that this should be like a tournament-sized park, and from the Philadelphia area, you know, my kids played travel soccer out in Westchester, where there's like 20 tournament fields. I'm no stranger to tournament soccer, but I disagree. We have different values. And I hate to point this out, but I don't agree with you, Carla. I don't agree that we should have tournament fields. Bathrooms, we can agree on. So perhaps we should, if we all agree on bathrooms, we should include this into our discussion and get this done. Just accept option 4 with, you know, the contingency, and then include the restrooms. What's the problem? This is something we agree on. I don't have the same values you do about tournament fields.
Mr. Mitra, please.
Don't assume that.
Yeah, I've heard a few times some members mention that there are, 4 out of the 4 members want this. The majority wants this. Yes, I understand that. But the point is that if the 4 members want it and they want to pay for it just by themselves, I am fine with that. There is the clause that is there is that we need to get unanimous consent because we are paying it together as a group. If Ferguson's opinion is not important and we just want to go by majority, I'm fine if the majority pays. If we want a unanimous consent, we will have to settle for what everyone agrees on. So I think going by saying that because 4 members want it, that's the way it should be. I do not even know why that was mentioned. Thank you.
Frank, you haven't spoken this evening. We'll get ready for a vote. So Frank?
Oops. Yes, I did. Okay. I'm listening to all this, and I thought we were talking about financing tonight, not what was going into the parks. We've argued this I've been on the board for 6 years, and it's been argued and debated for 6 years. And I will tell you, I've just about had enough of the debating, but that's another point. So if we're going to put contingencies on there and everybody's going to say, well, we're not voting our way till we get to contingencies, well, then I think Harris Township, we're going to put our little contingency on there. We get bathrooms at Hess Field and Oak Park. And if we don't do that, then we ain't voting for it. So I think we're going down a wormhole we don't want to go down. I think what we need to do is pass this and deal with the funding. There's going to be a lot of debate on what goes in those fields as time goes on in the park, the park, authority, and let them do it. That's their job. Their job is to determine what goes in it. If you want to go and talk to them and put it in, that's fine. But let's get this funding done, and let's get it done once and for all. Let's get the $9 million passed. Let's go through it. And contingencies, I don't want to hear about contingencies. Let's just give them the money. Let them do their job.
Okay, we have an amended motion. We have a second on that. I would like to vote on that on the amendment. The amendment that Laura made. No, we're not doing that on unit vote. We're doing that individual vote. So all in favor of that amendment signify by saying yes.
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 Opposition?
No.
No.
Okay,
Abstain.
okay, thank you. Now,
Can we get an actual count on that vote just
Oh,
for
gee.
posterity's sake?
Whole bunch, not enough.
Please mute yourself if you're going to sound really exasperated with a normal process question. Thanks.
Scott?
Yep.
In favor of that amendment, raise your hand or,
Well, it's probably going to be easier for me to just do names instead of looking
What?
across two
Thank
pages.
you.
Point of order, can you please repeat the motion?
Laura?
Oh, yes, the motion was to amend the original motion of the option for funding with contingency, to amend that to also include in the participation agreement that the initially realized savings from the refinancing would be put towards bathrooms.
Very good memory, Laura. I also put it up on the screen while you were
Oh,
calling
thank
it.
you. Yeah, and it's identical then to the motion that came out of executive.
And there was a second to that motion, correct?
Yeah.
So Scott is
Yes.
calling, Laura would like to have
It's going to be a roll
recorded
call.
vote on that? Correct, Laura?
So yes voted in favor of the amendment.
Yes.
Okay.
All in
Mr.
favor, all in favor, signify yes. And
Yes.
make sure
Yes.
Scott can get those names.
But can I just do a roll call, Mr. Chair? It might be
Sure,
easier.
sure.
Okay.
roll call.
Mr. Fragola,
No.
Ms. Stilson,
No.
Mr. Bernier,
No.
Mr. Takak,
No.
Mr. Frank,
No.
Ms. Denini,
Yes.
Ms. Strickland,
Yes.
Ms. Stevens,
Yes.
Mr. Mitra,
Yes.
Mr. Miller,
No.
Half Moon, abstain.
Abstain.
Mr. Lord,
No.
Mr. Graham,
No.
Mr. Hammeister,
No,
Mr. Harden,
Frank?
Frank?
I'll come back. Mr. Wilson,
No.
Ms. Cheese,
No.
We're voting on amendment.
Ms. Whitman, Betsy,
No, sorry about that.
Mr. Trevino,
No.
Mr. Abrams,
I vote for whatever gets this thing passed. So I'm not going to vote one way or the other on this.
Ms. Robb,
No.
Ms. Beering,
That's
No.
Mr. Myers,
No.
Ms. Ingman,
Yes.
Mr. Barlow,
No.
Ms. Yapel,
Yes.
Mr. Marshall,
No.
Ms. Lafer,
No.
majority is no.
We didn't hear from Mr. Harden. He just.
Mr. Harden,
He said no.
No,
Okay,
no.
that motion was defeated. What was the count of that, Scott?
I recorded 5 yes votes and
Okay.
the rest no.
Okay, now we're back to a motion.
That's
which I
not,
think
that's,
is,
I'm sorry, that's not right. Just letting, I mean, for Ferguson and at least Janet and Kathy voted yes, so that would be 7 at least,
It
or
was
4, 5,
6.
6 at least.
It was 6-20.
Okay, thanks.
Okay,
Thank you.
Scott and Joe can work those numbers. Okay, now I think the motion is back to contingent number 4. Was that the motion that we attempted to amend?
Yes.
Okay. who made that and who was the second on that? Evan made it?
Evan moved it and Elliot seconded it.
Okay. I suspect we've had adequate discussion. I would like to proceed with the vote on that.
Joe, can you stop screen share?
Calling for a unit vote.
Beg pardon?
Calling for a unit vote.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask that the individual vote record be recorded in the minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Point of order,
Scott?
Mr. Chairman, what is the unit vote on?
It's on your
Stop
motion.
screen.
So the unit vote is, we're not voting. we're
Your original
we're not
motion,
voting
Evan.
On the
Contingent.
final motion.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah,
we
are. We are, finally.
Your motion.
Without the amendment.
But I mean, this is not step, because there was some confusion. Is this step 6? Have we moved on to step 6?
No, we're still on step 4, trying to.
We're
inform the
we're gonna have to vote 2 times. We're gonna have to, if this unit vote passes, then we have to vote again.
No.
Do we stop
No.
screen sharing?
Yes, we do on the resolution at the end.
Yes, what you're voting on right now is step 4 to inform the process, and then you have to vote on step 6 to enact the ordinance.
That's what I thought. So we'd have to do this twice.
And why do we need a unit vote on this?
Because Ferguson Township needs to discuss it.
You don't know?
No.
Should have stayed home.
Pardon me?
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order on that, please.
Getting out of.
Very inappropriate.
Those are, yeah.
Yeah, seriously, can we all be respectful? of
Ferguson,
each other?
As a point of order.
Ferguson called for a unit vote. We will implement that.
Joe, can you please
Wow,
stop screen sharing?
cooperation, you guys, I love it. Love
Hey,
it.
as a participant here also, can everybody stay on mute and let the chair do his job, please? So one person is speaking at a time. Thank you.
Laura calls for a unit vote on the motion. We will do that. Scott?
Recordings.
Mr. Chair,
Eric.
So,
Eric has
so
his hand up.
let's just make sure we're on the same page here that we will dispense with the university report for tonight and the report from the school
Eric,
district.
I'd still like to do the university one with respect to what we may know about the COVID testing coming back in the fall. I think that's an item that is on our minds a lot.
Okay, and Tom Zilla was also waiting to present information on the transportation projects. We could let Tom defer until the next meeting. If
Correct.
That's okay.
Correct.
Happy to do that, Eric.
Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Mr. Chair, we are all back.
Okay, good. We're back?
Yeah, we're back.
And this was a unit vote, so Scott?
So just to get everybody on the same page, we're on step 4 of page 13 in the agenda. And this is a recommendation from the general forum to the authority for Mr. Meyer's motion of recommending the contingent option. College Township.
Mr. Chairman, College Township voted unanimously 5-0 in favor of the option. Motion.
Ferguson Township.
Mr. Chair, Ferguson Township voted 3-2 in favor of the motion.
Half Moon Township.
We abstain, thank you.
Harris Township.
Unanimous 5, yes.
Hatton Township.
That township votes 5-0 in favor of the motion.
State College Borough.
7-0 in favor of the motion.
Motion passes 5-0. Or 5 with 1 abstention.
Thank you, friends. Now we need to
Thank you.
move on to
Thank you.
resolutions
Step
and
5.
ordinances. So Eric, can you pick that up, please?
Right, so now we are at step 5, which means the municipalities will convene individual meetings to pass the ordinances. And as soon as Harris is completed with that, then we move Mr. Lord to the authority meeting so they can pass their resolution.
Okay, thank you. Scott, proceed.
Recording stopped.
Bruce, you should be able to move yourself.
Is Mr. Chair back yet? I'm sorry, I don't see him.
He's
Yeah.
right here.
Laura, did you want moved over to the authority?
Oh, no, that's okay. Thank you for offering though. I had a process question for the chair, or
Can I give you an answer? Yes, and you'll find the question to match it? Or do you want to know?
perhaps at this point. And maybe it's better for Eric. So our board just had a kind of a question about this process and the
Recording in progress.
and the resolution. So I just wondered, is there an appropriate time to then ask that question within the next steps that we have available?
Well, the next steps are a motion and a second to adopt the resolution, so,
Okay, I'll wait until after the second. Thank you.
yeah. Or wait till after we adjourn.
What?
No comment. I said, or wait till after we adjourn.
Oh.
Our meetings don't go late. We're losing our minds over here. And our
Henderson's
internet
just
is
hitting our
shut
stride right now, so.
Mr. Chair, we are back.
Oh, back, okay. Scott? You kindly get the bingo sheet out. Go ahead, Cal.
All right, so this is on the resolution
Right.
2021-05-2402. College Township.
College Township voted unanimously 5-0 to adopt the resolution.
Ferguson Township.
Okay, so Ferguson Township in our meeting, we voted 3-2 to adopt our resolution regarding the funding option.
Half Moon Township.
Abstain.
Harris Township.
Unanimous, 5, yes.
Patton Township.
Patton Township voted 5-0 in favor.
And State College Borough.
State College Borough voted 7-0 in favor.
5 yeses, no nos, and 1 abstention.
And you
Eric?
authority?
Yeah, the authority. What?
Oh, the authority? Okay.
Oh, and the authority, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So the authority also voted 5-0 in favor.
Okay,
All right.
thank you. Eric? What's next? We've just finished page 13.
I believe we're up to step 10 on this item, which would be resolution 2021-6. But just as a point of order, there was not a motion and second when we had a vote earlier on 2021-5. So we would need to quickly vote on both of those.
Okay.
So we need a
Going
motion
back
and
to-
second on 2021-5 and then approval of that, which we actually voted on before, but we didn't have the motion. and
Trustee, I see a hand up and Steve's got a hand up. What? Someone, we want to make a motion?
Yes, I would like to make the motion
Okay, thank you.
as
Have a second.
described.
Mr. Chair, if I could clarify the motion, that would be to adopt resolution 2021-5 and 2021-6.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion is second, discussion.
Who was the seconder on that?
You have a second.
Who was that, Rich? Seconding? Who's my second?
I had a
I
question. not a
will, but I
second.
think Ms. Danini did.
But Laura,
No,
Laura had a
Okay,
question.
then I will.
Rich, you're seconding, and then we're
I
going
will
to
second
discussion.
that.
Okay.
Okay, now Laura?
Okay, thanks. My question that came out of our discussion was about the parks loan process and the master planning process. So I was asking, so what if there's an amenity that we'd like to see funded, but it's not in the master plan? How would we go about getting that into the master plan? And so, and or the authority, like if they wanted to fund something different with our money, I'm assuming we're not so entrenched that we wouldn't consider that, right? We would, if they said, hey, we want to consider funding some pickleball courts, we would consider that, but we know we have to have it in the master plan. So I would assume too that the municipalities also could put forward something, hey, we'd like to consider this for the funding chunk that we've just requisitioned. So what is the process by which either the authority or one of the municipalities might put forward a proposed change to the master plan? Thank you.
Pam or Eric, you have thoughts?
First of all, I assume you're talking about an amendment to a future phase of the master plan and not anything that's in the current phase. Which,
No, I mean even this phase or next phase or anything, any money, any time. The process irrespective of phasing, because we know that through Terry Williams' opinion that phasing is irrelevant in terms of the money. So the authority could right now pick and choose something from phase 4, from phase 1, from phase 3, because that's not related to the constraints on funding. So it's irrespective of phasing. Thank you.
The ordinance and the resolution? No, we're going back to the other.
well, it's late and I'm not sure I have a good answer to that, but Pam, if you have an answer, I'll let you respond.
The only thing that I will add is we have an approved land development plan for phase 1, and this is our intention to build at this time with this funding. I think we've said we would be open to opening the master plan for future, because we know that there could be some other amenities that belong in there, but that would be for future phases, not this phase.
Okay, thanks. That clarified that, but then it still doesn't tell me what the process is to open. Like, does a municipality put it forward to exec? How does that occur? Do we have a process in place, old timers that have been here forever and like to talk about what happened when? Because
Might I suggest that that be put on the agenda of the authority and the
Parks
Parks
Capital?
Committee? And that
Parks,
we
okay.
move on this evening?
Yep, absolutely. Thank you,
It
sir.
sounds like a targeted question for them. But we are
Thank
in the middle of voting on resolution 2021-05-2401, which apparently we neglected to do. And, yeah. So we need a,
Hang on.
No, we have to vote separate, I think. Don't we have to have separate motions? No, Joe?
The vote was on 2021-5 and 2021-6. It was
Thank
not,
you.
you read the authority motion, not the COG motion.
okay. You have a motion on that?
Yeah.
We do? Second? Okay. All in favor of that, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
No one's against it, are you?
Well, I kind of am, because this process was supposed to be kept separate where it was the pools and the parks, and now we're voting together. And I think I'm sorry, I think it's a process issue. I would vote yes on -5 and no on -6. And I think that's why we had two separate processes, to have two different votes. But, I'm no Roberts expert. So I'm voting no because of -6. And
So we had a, you want a head count on that, or you want?
no, I just think
Okay.
we went through the whole hassle of having two separate processes. It makes no sense whatsoever to me.
-5 was passed without somebody moving the motion.
Oh, okay.
That's why we're doing this.
Okay, so we're done with that one.
Jens or Chris, do you have any concern about these resolutions being combined, or do we need to split those?
We've learned the hard way to just go back and do it for sure the way that works. I don't know. I would just move them separately just to get it done right.
Eric or Dennis, if I may, let me help Jens out with this. I think unfortunately you do have to separate those. You have an objection to the procedure that you're using, and I think clarity says you do one, then you do the other. I think if you're going to go to unit votes again, unfortunately, But I think the unit vote can be, both can be considered at one time and both votes reported at that time.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to adopt resolution 20-21-5.
Second,
Okay, I have a point of order here. So that the chair has to declare that other motion invalid before we can do another motion, I believe.
Sure.
It's invalid.
Yeah, it's fine.
Stay.
Yeah, yeah. I'll declare it invalid.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to adopt resolution 2021-5.
Second.
Okay. Discussion. Not hearing any. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Wave goodbye until we're getting close, folks.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to adopt resolution 2021-6.
Second.
Second.
Discussion. Not hearing any. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Wave goodbye. Okay.
any opposed? Aye.
Yeah.
No.
We had one opposition. Right?
Two.
An abstention.
Well, abstention from Half Moon? Okay. I didn't see the bottom hand there. Okay. Okay, thank you. Eric?
I think we're good. Joe, anything else on these two?
Nah, I'm good.
Okay. When we were waiting for, I think Ferguson to come back, I shared with the group that I would like to do the university report and then adjourn because of the hour. So if is Sabrina on, we'll do that and then entertain adjournment.
Yeah, Denny, I'll be brief.
Hey, how are you?
Okay, I'm just waking up.
Where you been all night?
Taking a nap. But I'll be real brief. So I just have a few things. We got through commencement pretty well, and we're looking forward to the summer and fall. So we will be reducing the amount of testing that we're doing over the summer. The testing schedule is on there on Penn State News. We won't know what happens in the fall until we get closer to it, and we're just monitoring the number of cases and hospitalizations still. So we won't make that decision until closer to the fall semester in terms of ramping up testing again. We're not talking about mandatory vaccinations at this time. We're really just trying to encourage people to take the vaccine. And so we'll continue to monitor that until July. And just one last note, I don't think I sent this to everyone, but there will be construction going on throughout the summer on campus, so it will affect some side roads. I was going to put it in the chat, but it looks like it's just going to a few people, but I'll send that out via email to everyone just so you know what's going on in reference to that. And that's all I have for this evening.
Speaking on behalf of the COG members, I would strongly encourage the university to consider mandatory shots coming back. Other major universities, over 300 universities in the country are requiring that of students in the fall. So what happens on campus comes across the street. So we need to work as a team to get this thing under control. So take that for what it's worth, okay?
Thanks, Denny.
Rich, I think Rich had a comment.
I just wanted to thank our friends from Half Moon who have quietly and patiently sat through this as the rest of us figured it out. They have good recommendations. Their voice matters. I hope that we continue to have them as a valuable member.
Thank you, Rich.
As the person who is sitting here, and I know Bob can speak to this as well, this is part of the process. I want to thank all of you who are fully vested in these conversations and topics with money, much more than Half Moon is. So I want you all to take a collective, big, deep breath, because I think you guys all accomplished quite a bit this evening. You know, this is tough stuff, and I think it was a great accomplishment, even though it was a pretty long meeting. You got past another step.
Thank you. big deep breath and a shot of Southern Comfort or something, fall asleep quickly, so. Anybody want to do an adjournment?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you all.
Second.
Thank you, folks.
Thanks, everybody. Good night.
Yes, good night.